Anti-worry, Mas Stewart.
Overtakes them both. 2-for-1 deal for him there into turn 7.
Right, and Beñat Fernandez on the number 7 there. He knows. Oh, up the inside, superb stuff.
That was Carlos Cano, yes, it was. Yesterday's winner.
You know, I had my money's on him.
Yeah, this is quite a good bet. Maybe this is all that Cano needed. Shift a couple of kilos, and he's arrived. He got pole position in his first Rookies Cup weekend back in Jerez. He failed to really impress us in the races thereafter, and he's trying to go up the inside of Beñat Fernandez here. Absolutely brilliant from Cano. What an exciting prospect this is for the second half of the season.
Absolutely superb stuff, and Cano does not want to see Ogiwara run away with this, did he? Ogiwara looking super smooth at the moment, but Beñat right on his tail, picked up the slipstream along the back straight, back home here, and is he hard on the brakes? But it still is the Japanese ace, the 17-year-old Japanese who has the advantage.
I want to give a shout out to Christian Borelli in 8th place, the Italian, the number 57. Where did he start on the grid? Way down in 16th place. He is with those chasers of Ramadipa, Mounsey, and Christian Daniel. Very impressive indeed. But the fastest rider on track that time around was Travis Borg with a 1:47 flat. Slower than yesterday, but with those damp patches, that's to be expected.
And back in 19th place. So he should be coming through from there.
A couple of riders pushing each other wide. Cano and Beñat Fernandez there into the Strubben.
Confirmation of Borg with the fastest lap, but it is still Ogiwara, but Cano is there, towing along the 69 of Fernando Bajosa.
Mounsey looking for redemption after yesterday's crash in 9th position. A podium finisher so far this year on the front row of the grid, the number 4 into the top 10 at the moment with 11 laps to go.
Up the inside comes Cano to take the lead.
And look at this, live championship. What a point swing it would be with Ogiwara in 2nd place. 7 points the gap would be, but it's a long way to go yet with Bajosa going up the inside now into 2nd place. Cano leads.
And was Cano doing the pointing at my bum distinction there to try and get them to follow him and not overtake?
Don't overtake me, I'm in first. I'm in first, please stay back. Especially on the last lap.
Cano is at leads from Fernando Bajosa. The two Spanish, they've raced a lot together through their careers, so they know what it's like to do there. So Beñat Fernandez, the points leader in 4th place. David Gonzalez has come up into 2nd place through the chicane and out onto the start and finish with 10 laps remaining.
Mounsey and Christian Daniel just neck and neck, side by side there, and it's another fastest lap to Travis Borg at 1:45.6. He's at half a second quicker than everybody else on track. This is very exciting from the Maltese rider. He got a podium in the Junior GP World Championship the other week. Borg now with the best finish of 4th in France in the 2nd race there. He is on the hunt for a podium here today from the very back of the grid, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and it's to say he was unfortunately part of the Mounsey Ramadipa fall at the end of the race yesterday, but he hopefully will not make another mistake again.
And another place he takes up into 14th is Borg then. The leaders come through turn 6 and 7. Fernandez up the inside into 4th position. A big bobble on as he leans in. He tries to go. Wow, another one. Inside and out. Outside and inside. It's up the inside of Bajosa into 3rd position.
And that's what he said. Bennett said, I haven't changed the bike because I'd just rather... He says, I know everything that it does. You can see how confident it is. He says, I know what it's going to do everywhere and in any circumstances. I've got so much confidence in the KTM and the Pirelli tyres, and he loses 2nd place there, that he doesn't want to muck around with it. He said, I'd rather, shift and modify my own riding style as required.
David Gonzalez now, though, taking command of this race in 1st position. Ramadipa just up the inside there. Now finds himself on the outside of Rushkunut. Wow, that was very, very tight indeed. And look at them all fan out. Oh, Mounsey up the inside of David Gonzalez. That was so close.
Okay, he must have clipped David Gonzalez there, didn't he? Yes.
Surely he did. And Mounsey finds himself in second place now, but with 146.4 for Cano at the lead then. Goodness me, it really pays dividends to put a hot lap in, because Mounsey was the fastest rider on track that time around.
Brilliant stuff, absolutely superb.
And look at the gap, Peter.
Yes,
already a
right.
bit of daylight.
Yeah, but they're going to... Let's see what happens with the slipstream down the back straight there. And it is Cano that leads. It's Mounsey in second place on the number 4.
Here's what happened.
Yeah, we'll see as they go. It's in the middle of the corner here. Oh, yes! It's elbow against exhaust pipe there. And David Gonzalez will show us the scars on his leathers at the end of the race, I'm sure.
I mean, he really tried to defend, but there was absolutely no stopping Sully coming through there. No more smooth Sully there. That was well and truly back to Manic Mounsey as he waves his hand at somebody there through turn 8. No idea what happened. Beñat Fernandez taking his hand off the left handlebar, but Hoser goes up into third. It's all going off.
Yeah, it is. And Cano it is still that leads. Yesterday's winner it is who has the very slightest advantage, hardly even a bike length over the points leader Beñat Fernandez.
Look who's coming to the fray as well. Yesterday's second place finisher Christian Daniel up in the 5th spot now. I saw him get bumped down the order. I think last lap around they go 3, 4, maybe 5 abreast into the penultimate corners. Now, goodness me.
He's going to go for the lead, isn't he? He's going to go, no, he thinks better of it.
Wow, yeah, this time around. But look at him. This is like what we saw back in Le Mans. Mounsey just absolutely in the zone this morning. Don't know what he's had for breakfast, but very, very impressive.
It's working, isn't it? Number 69, of course, is Fernando Bajosa in 3rd place.
Fastest lap once again to Travis Bourne. Now up into 9th place from the back of the grid. You can see him in this leading group. Now, we have actually got a big split, Peter, haven't we? This is, well, the top 16 are all in one group, and then you've got Agostinelli and downwards in a second group there in the back of shot.
That's a big enough group for you up front, is it? Someone's not going to get a point out of it.
Yeah, just big enough. Just big enough. This is a little bit more like it, I think. The pace really being drilled. Maybe a couple of riders who are less experienced, a bit more timid of the damp patches. Sullivan Mounsey ain't timid though. He ain't shy this morning. No shy Sully. He's through into the lead.
Yeah, correct, somebody heaves the bike. Oh, and loses out to Cano there. Cano just was quicker.
Saya tidak punya pekerjaan dulu. Saya bertanya dengan komisi, apakah ada
a track limits warning now. Mounsey, the first of the riders to get a warning about going over track limits. See how that transpires with the 8 laps left.
And Borg, of course, is easy to spot with that Maltese cross on the helmet, the number 23. Let's see how he continues to go forward. He's up to 8th place.
Gonzalez just ahead of him in 7th. We're looking back from Beñat Fernandez at Fernando Bajosa, the Mallorcan. Then it's Christian Daniel for company, the 70. They go side by side alongside Beñat Fernandez in towards the penultimate turns, and it's still going to be Sully leading, but for how long? Cano goes up the inside.
And this is one of the places you really got to stay off those green patches at the edge of the chicane there. They look like they all did it, but it's the number 71 of Carlos Canio, the 16-year-old Spaniard, yesterday's winner with the slightest advantage, but Sully's right on his tail.
Beñat Fernandez up the inside into second. That pushes Bajosa wide, who pushes Mounsey wide, and now he's got it all to do again, the number 4. He's all the way back now in 10th position.
Yeah, 10, losing 9 places in one corner.
Brutal.
There. Not brutal. Yeah, brutal. That's Rookies Cup race. Wow, wow. Okay, Carlos Cano then. Head down. He has got the points leader in his slipstream as they all... There's the number 4. Alongside the number 20 of Finn Katowice.
That all started because of Beñat Fernandez really scything his way through there, and Mounsey now finds himself with Finn Kratokville for company in 13th spot. A great performance from the German yesterday. Got pushed back, crossed the line high up, but got an equivalent long lap penalty for irresponsible riding, pushed down to 17th, despite finishing well within sort of the top 5-6.
Right, let's see now whether Beñat Fernandez has any thoughts of racing away with this. I pushed him a bit on it after the race yesterday, and he said maybe if it's a bit cooler, I'll try.
as we see now Borg up to 5th place from the back of the grid, and on the grass there, the Maltese rider going through the inside, and now what, up into maybe 4th, 5th position still for the Maltese. Yes, Christian Daniel going around the outside, Carlos Cano off the track from 1st, now he's down to 9th position, Peter.
Yeah, and picking up, of course, going across the green too, but it's the number 11 of David Gonzalez who leads now with 6 laps remaining.
Goodness gracious me, it's all hotting up, isn't it, with 6 laps to go. Christian Daniel in 3rd there, Gonzalez leads them from your series leader, Beñat Fernandez. Then we have Christian Daniel, Borg, is that Borg in 4th? It is, it still is Borg, he's there, he is fighting all the way from the back of the grid. Could he go all the way today?
Superb stuff. Down the back straight. Yeah, and there is 24th, all the progression. It's very consistent progression for Borg too, isn't it? Just lap by
Peter,
lap.
I think we've lost Ogiwara. We have! We've lost Ogiwara! He's down at turn 5. We didn't see what happened, but I saw his name tumbling down the timesheets. That's big news for the championship. He's back up and running. There he is, the Slim Shady, down the back straight then. It'll be no points for him today.
Yeah, no sign of bike damage on that side.
Here's what happened. Oh, just round the outside, spun it round. Oh, dearie me.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was that side of the bike that, but it was so undamaged, you couldn't see it as he raced past. Anyway, that's, as you say, that shot his points for the day.
And now we have, from the back of the grid to the lead, it's Travis Borg. He's made it, but he goes wide. He loses the position, but for how long? He's on the inside, through Ruskenhoek. He's going for it. Goodness me, 4 abreast. This is like the last lap of the race, let alone 5 laps to go when they cross the line this time.
Borg it is, from Beñat Fernandez.
Oh, massive
all over
moment
the
for
place.
Borg.
He must have gone through the green there, surely.
Surely, and he will be getting a track limits warning if it continues like that. It's all getting chaotic at the moment. 5 laps to go, Peter.
And Christian Daniel Jr. looking good in 2nd place. He said, I just needed to be more aggressive. That's what I've been lacking over the last few laps. That's what I found yesterday, and that's what I'm going to do on Sunday.
From our commentary position, I'm looking down, I'm seeing his dad, Christian Daniel Sr., looking a bit calm, but surely very, very nervous indeed, watching his son battle for what would be his first Rookies Cup victory.
Right, there is the points leader, the number 7, Beñat Fernandez. The 23 is Borg, of course. The 70, Christian Daniel Jr. Carlos Cano is there as well. Whoa!
How many riders through turn 6? That is sensational through there. Probably one of the fastest points on the circuit, if not the fastest. Absolutely incredible.
Well, Cano, he's done a bit of leading. He's back there, what is it, 5th, 6th place there, but right with the lead group. Still headed by Beñat Fernandez, the 18-year-old Spaniard. That's Travis Borg on the 23. There is 69, Fernando Bajosa.
Quite a surprise to see Beñat Fernandez now on the front again. We were so used to seeing it before, earlier on in the season, but for a little while he's sort of been playing around with the other riders, it seemed. But he does get swamped there through Ruskenhoek again. Oh my word! Borg back into the lead. Daniel 2nd. Beñat Fernandez trying to go the inside. Oh, David Gonzalez has a big bobble on the brakes, but just about keeps it there. David Acosta in the background cuts through the chicane, keeps it pinned just behind Ramadipa. Goodness me.
Borg is head down. He's got to keep off the green. Maybe that was his only excursion, but you would think that on his way through the pack, setting quick laps, he would have had touched the green a few more times. We'll see. And up the inside, Beñat takes the lead.
David Gonzalez getting pushed wide, so he went from being what, top 3 or so, down, pushed out to 8th position now.
Right, the all-important drive out onto the back straight. So crucial as they go up through the gears. There's Borg 23, 71 is Carlos Cano, yesterday's winner.
Unfortunately for British fans, Sullivan Mounty hasn't managed to recover from being pushed so brutally wide earlier on. He's languishing down in 13th position. I'm not sure what he can do from there with just 4 laps to go.
I think he got up to 9th or 10th, but he's then regressed a bit. It's, you know, take or overtake or be taken at every corner, of course. 23 is Travis Borg, the 16-year-old Maltese.
Fernando Bahosa is still looking very exciting to me, alongside the number 20, the German rider, Finn Kratochvil. Yesterday in the top 5, that would be crossing the line in the top 5 for the last 3 races in a row, more or less. But unfortunately, as I said earlier, finished yesterday's race in 17th after a long lap penalty, he stated after the race.
It's just going to be 3 laps remaining. Oh my goodness, that's close. And Kano up the inside. Kano retakes the lead from Travis Borg, but did he spoil his drive out onto the start and finish? It didn't look so perfect, and I think already Travis Borg has pulled alongside him, probably has the advantage as they go under the brakes. But Beñat Fernandez latest on the brakes,
and Christian Daniel follows him through in a second. 3 laps to go then, Peter, and it really is starting to all go off. We have a leading pack of 15 riders. Everyone would get a point should they all finish like this. Who will take the victory?
Yeah, of course, it's Ogiwara. We had a 16 pack and Ogiwara slid out of it, leaving us with the 15. It is Christian Daniel Jr., the American, who has the lead.
But for how long? Down the back straight, nearly on the grass, goes Beñat Fernandez to cut to the inside. They go 3 abreast through turn 6. Wowee, that is a spectacular shot if you ever see one in motorcycle racing. David Gonzalez has recovered now, and there he is in the 2nd place behind what should have been his key title rival, Beñat Fernandez.
Beñat looks across at him. The number 11 has the slightest advantage. Christian Daniel Jr.
Beñat pulling wide, slowing up, letting other riders through though, starting to play with him again. But then look at the daylight that gives David Gonzalez. I mean, you might think that's being clever, and we'll see how it plays out. But I'm not so sure with this many riders around you.
Well, that's right. You know, you only need to get a 1 bump and you lose 10 places, as we saw with Sullivan Mountain. Not his fault at all, and that can happen to anybody. But, you know, this is Beñat's plan. He just wants to stay near the front.
And look at him, he's almost goon riding.
Yeah.
A 90s 500 Grand Prix style from a 2026 Red Bull rookie. Oh, big crash in the background. Big crash. Who's that? Has gone down. David Acosta.
David Acosta, I think,
and I think it might be Finn Kratochvil as well, the number 20 it is. That is such a shame. Well, fortunately, all looked okay. Riders okay for David Acosta. From our timing screens, we'll await news for the EX rider okay for Finn Kratochvil as well. But that's it. They are now 13, 14 riders at the finish.
And of course, it's split that group up, hasn't it, Matt?
Yes.
You know, and there, well, David Acosta, he unfortunately slid off yesterday as well, not having a great day. He's on the pace, but you've got to stay on the motorcycle. Bad luck for him. So that's split the group now.
We are now a quintet. It is Gonzalez, Fernandez, Daniel, Borg and Cano. All these riders have podiums and or victories in Rookies Cup so far this season. Who will take the win then? That is a big gap, 1 second back to that chasing pack. There's Finn Kratochvil again. Here's what happened.
Change of direction.
David Acosta unfortunately just cleaned him out going through the middle of the chicane, and that was it basically. There he is, cuts back.
Oh, yeah. Well, they both just going for the same piece of road, weren't they?
And Kermantinas and Sullivan Mounds, he got very, very lucky there indeed to stay on. We switch back to the front. This will be the dress rehearsal. We do have chasers coming towards them, hunting them down, but I think it's too little too late. Gonzalez leads them through for this dress rehearsal of the Gert Timmer chicane on that final lap.
Travis Borg on the green again. Surely he's running out of track limits.
Yeah. Oh, Chrissy Downer goes down! Oh, dearie me! What a crying shame for the American! Oh, what a pity! They are now 4, Peter. He's okay, but it's Gonzalez leading from Borg, Fernandez and Carlos Cano.
And this is the last lap of the race. Yesterday's winner, Carlos Cano, just dropped back, and we'll see a replay here of just what happened.
He tried to carry the speed and bang! Unfortunately, him and Cano coming together.
Well, it was so close, it was so similar to the David Da Costa the previous lap, wasn't it? Anyway, right, it's the number 11 who has the advantage. We're halfway around the last lap now. Number 11, David Gonzalez with the advantage over Travis Borg. The number 7, of course, is Beñat Fernandez, and then Carlos Cano. Can the guys behind catch them? I don't think so.
It's short. Well, looking at the gap, it's half a second now for Bahosa and Mike Yu. Singapore there chasing them down. And look at this, the point swing. Well, it goes the other way if it finishes like this. An extended lead for Beñat Fernandez, but still a fair way to go yet. Half a lap to go, Peter.
And Carlos Cano comes up the inside of Beñat Fernandez.
Gonzalez leads the wide line, trying to get the best run out onto this back section. Borg will want to go from the back of the grid to the win here today. Nothing less will be acceptable than that for the Maltese rider. Peter, this is it, the final run.
Yes, and of course, one touch of the green and you lose a place. Doesn't matter what you've done before. This is the last lap. They're 3 abreast, but it's Travis Borg who has the advantage. And surely he's not going to be fast. He keeps it off the green, but does Beñat, maybe Beñat touch it? The 23 is Borg. He's got it, surely. He just has to.
No, he goes wrong.
Borg, he's
on the green.
Oh, goodness me. Beñat Fernandez crosses the line first.
He's
David
done it.
Gonzalez. Travis Borg, I don't know if he's going to keep that 3rd place. Carlos Cano crosses the line 4th. Singapore 5th.
That was unfortunately... Borg lost that race himself, unfortunately. That is such a shame.
Oh.
That was entirely his mistake. He absolutely had it nearly in the bag and he lost it, Peter, bless him.
And Singapore, the fastest lap of the race, on that last lap, you know, to get within a couple of tenths of the leading group. He almost made it to the podium. And of course, and you know, we still don't know quite what's going to be happening with any penalties. Who did touch the green there?
I think Borg also did go across the green there. He might even lose as he had to cut back.
Well,
I know it was a mistake. But Travis, you had it in the bag, mate, and you lost it. You threw it away. I've not seen someone lose it like that since Sean Emmett and Thruxton in BSB when he waved to the crowd. Oh, dearie me. Oh, such a shame. That is such a crying shame.
Oh, dear.
Well, we have top 3
Beñat.
confirmed then. Beñat Fernandez from David Gonzalez back on the podium. And Borg keeps the podium. I mean, thank goodness he gets something. But Travis, you had the win! I'm so gutted for him.
We nearly had our 6th winner of the Cup out of 8 races, but another day. But what a ride from the back.
Yeah, absolutely cracking ride, but it was so close to being an incredible story. It still was very, very good, but that was a lesson in staying, well, unfortunately he got showed how it pays dividends to keep your calm head. Like Beñat Fernandez, I mean, that's what he's doing on the cool-down lap, isn't he? He's pointing to his head, he's saying, I'm the cleverest here, lads.
Well,
I've got all your numbers.
That's right.
And that's clearly what he thinks, eh?
Yeah, we want to see him, you know, winning by, you know, convincingly. But when you win, it's convincing, isn't it? When you keep doing it. And that's what he does. Look at this.
So this was on the last lap. David Gonzalez into 2nd place.
And Beñat just has retaken 3rd there from Cano. Cano had it the previous corner. And then it and look at Travis, he's so determined, isn't he? He's, you know, I'm going to win this. Absolutely sensational stuff, but Beñat is right there.
And then look at the speed he's just carrying. It's more than that, look, he's pulling out time there, and he's just clearly so unsettled, and then gets biffed by Gonzalez. Look at this. Just so mad.
No, I don't think, you know, I think that slip, I think something, did he get touched? Well, the first slide, I think, was his own.
There you go, it's just the change of direction, so...
Yeah, well, and then he's trying to gas it, isn't he? He's way offline, he's trying to gas it. And then it clip of handlebars, actually, I think. Clip of handlebars.
So fortunate.
Well,
but he just forced it so hard. The GT chicane, and these bikes are just like, no, you can't do that. He's a Grand Prix stiff machinery. You can't just go grind it like that. Beñat Fernandez, though, I would like to say he's inevitable, but he's been a bit quiet for his standards lately.
Yeah.
But this time, he was inevitable. He extends his championship lead.
Yeah. My goodness Goodness gracious me.
That's a massive
Yeah, and of
lead he's
course
got now.
it is now, is it? Ogiwara, you know, double winner in Mugello, put it all on the line and closed up to 14 points, and now it's stretched out to you know, 22 points. Yeah, that's wow. It's fantastic stuff. I can't wait to hear what these guys got to say there. I can see Dominica's going to talk with Travis now. I'm just going to love this.
Yeah, go on then. Take it away, Dommy, with Travis Borg.
Travis, huge congratulations. Can you believe that you got the podium, because you were always leading the race at the front, and now finally you made it.
Yes, I'm really happy with my first podium. I started P24 because I did a mistake in qualifying. And I was gonna win the race, but I did a small mistake. But I learned from this, and I want to thank everyone.
And then in Rookies Cup, got a podium in the Junior GP last time out as well for them. And here he is today, getting that podium. Great stuff from the 23. From the back of the grid, so close to a victory, but second place here today, David Gonzalez. Welcome back to the podium for the first time since his win in race 2 in France. How does he feel about that one, Dommy?
Huge congratulations. Really difficult race, different conditions compared to yesterday, but tell us, how was it out there for you?
Yes, it is a difficult race. The conditions are perfect. For the final race is fast because the track in the final is good. I pushed the last lap to broken the loop. It's the final fight for riders. I can finish second. I am happy. And more the next race. Thank you to the Red Bull Rookies Cup for this opportunity. My sponsor, my family. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, great stuff from young Gonzalez. Been luckless, isn't he, in terms of the championship run overall, but that will move him up in the standings to 5th position now with 67 points. A long way off the lead, though, but almost inevitable. Beñat Fernandez is your winner here today. Take it away, Dominic.
Beñat, huge congratulations. You did it again. You are the cup leader and you won the race.
Yeah, it was a difficult race because at the beginning there were a bit of patches on the floor, but overall was okay. And after some laps, the tire kept the same performance, and yeah, I was feeling quite comfortable on the group, and I was trying to be on the front positions as always. No, I don't do nothing special, so yeah, I think just. Trying to do it every lap, you just can manage how to finish on the race more easy, because it's more easy to keep on the same place than going back in the front and all the time. So yeah, I'm very happy because on the last chicane kind of braked super hard into the outside, and I said, okay, no, I'm here, and I copied him and I said I'm gonna block pass, and then I saw Travis went wide and he get a slide. He likely get P3. I don't know how, but yeah, I'm happy that I overtake him before the finish line and I finished first. So yeah, I cannot say nothing more. It was a bit windy, and yeah, I thought the race was going to be a bit slower, but it was more or less the same. So yeah, I'm happy to keep this performance and consistency during all the weekends, and yeah, thank you very much.
Mr.
Super
Control.
performance. Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, and a future weather forecaster as well, actually,
Yeah,
if this
Mr.
whole racing
Control,
line
look at
doesn't work out.
Look,
Yeah,
look,
brilliant.
Travis, he's just so on it. So obviously, Beñat didn't touch the green there.
No.
You know, and look at the way he got. He said, I don't know how he got on the podium. You know, because he had a big slide. Yeah, and that spoiled his drive, but not enough to have Carlos come past him just before the finish. As you say, he's got it won, but it's just all too much.
I don't think anyone has gone through that first right-hander as fast as Travis Borg has across any category this weekend. And that's why, because it doesn't work out. I mean, goodness me. I mean, yeah, if Beñat's right, I don't know how Travis finished third after that slide, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, and Benyat, brilliant, isn't it? You know, we want to see fireworks, but you can't argue with a 22-point lead, can
No,
you?
you can't. And I tell you what, he put a penny in him before the Park Fermi interview either. I mean, yeah, 50p in Benyat.
yeah, that's right. So 42-point lead. It's you know, over a race, more than a race advantage.
Well, yeah, that was very, very special indeed. Well, Park Fermi is empty, and that can only mean one thing. We're heading towards the podium, but here are the final results then. Benyat Fernandez takes the win, David Gonzalez Transport from Filati podium. Carlos Cano was fourth, ahead of Mike Hume in fifth. Fernando Bahosa, very respectable sixth from the Mallorcan. Kiandra Ramadipa, Indonesia, stand up, your boy was seventh. Christian Borelli was eighth, ahead of Kerr Martinez in ninth, and Yaroslav Karpushin was 10th. Plonk from pole position finished up 11th, ahead of Pugliese, Sullivan Moundsey. Alfonsi Dakigan, the Filipino, gets a couple of points in 14th, and Jurien van Kruchten gets a point in his home race in 15th. Agostinelli, Almeida, Ogiwara, Sparks, Schmidt, DaCosta are the last of the finishers. We have crashes from Varga, Daniel and Krotokville, who failed to finish. These are the rider standings though. 42 points the gap between Benyat Fernandez and Ogiwara. 58 back from the lead is Bahosa. Singapore now up in the fourth, along with Gonzalez in fifth. Ramadipa and Daniel are sixth and seventh. Very, very close indeed, 1 point apart. Paul moves up a couple of spots into ninth with Carlos Cano in 10th. Mounty 11th for Karpushin. Plonk, Marulanda, who's the one competing this weekend after an injury sustained in last week's Junior GP series. It's early. Anyway, the rest of the riders, all point-scoring finishers of all 26 riders this year, including a couple of points for Jurien van Kruchten now. So good stuff from him. Well, riders will be coming out onto the podium then, and it will be the Spanish national anthem once again here today, but this time for Benyat Fernandez.
Yeah, and I just think, you know, I'm just so excited what we're going to see from Travis Borg, you know, for the rest of the season, eh? I mean, that was absolutely fantastic. He bounced back because he just had 2 8th places at Mugello, and he was in that lead bunch, but obviously he hadn't worked out at Mugello how to turn being in the lead bunch into a podium finish. Well, he certainly worked it out this weekend, and there he is taking, he's got the Maltese cross on his helmet, taking 3rd place on the podium. 2nd place on the podium, the ever cheerful David Gonzalez, and super cool Mr. Control, Benyat Fernandez.
50p Benyat is what I'll call him from now on.
And awarding the trophies is the president of FIM North America, Rob Dingman. Himself, he's both a road and off-road riding enthusiast, very much involved in seeing that the US government does right as possible by motorcyclists. So he does a lot of work in politics for motorcyclists in the US. Rob Dingman, great to see him here, obviously enjoying the day. And the fork legs for our points leader, Benyat Fernandez. So that begins the second half of the season. We continue with that second half in 2 weeks at the Sachsenring, June 11th and 12th. But until then, it's goodbye from Matt Dunn and myself, Peter Clifford.
these are the highlights from Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup Assen Race 2, and it was a storming start for the 97 of Ryota Ogiwara from 5th on the grid to 1st by turn 1. He would unfortunately end up crashing out of the race and losing second in a commanding second position in the standings. He rejoined later on and all okay, but we were all eyes on yesterday's winner, Carlos Cano, who led the race for much of the time. This was David Gonzalez coming together with Sullivan Mounty, who then got biffed wide by a move like this from Beñat Fernandez, bumping into Fernando Baoza and pushing Mounty wide. This was the moment that Ogiwara's race came unstuck, as did his tyres to the asphalt, and we were focusing on the final run to the line with a couple of crashes at the GT chicane in those closing stages. That was Kratochvil and David da Costa, and that was Christian Daniel exiting stage right. This was the run to the line with Borg somehow keeping it upright, losing the win, and Beñat Fernandez taking it from him, and a commanding position in the championship as we enter the second part of the season. See you next time.
Quiles and Almanza ahead of him, but thankfully for his sake, he's just that little bit faster than Fernandez, Perrone, Salmela, Kelso and Rios behind him. As the top two that now, this does look like it's emerging into potentially another Titanic finish, another grandstand finish between Quiles and Almanza. Leo Ramersdorfer has tumbled out of 19th place further down the order.
Yeah, there's a bit of an irony. Just as Carpe does pull in, someone does drop out of the race that would have promoted him up at least one place closer to the points. Danish potentially just coming under a little bit of pressure here, is he, from Andrea Fernandez? Fernandez has closed the gap through this second sector, so Danish hasn't got a podium sewn up yet.
Yeah, it looks like at best it may well be a podium here for Danish. Quiles so good. He got superb drive, did he, coming out of turn 11. He should have the advantage at this late stage of the Grand Prix. He's the only rider that's got that medium Pirelli rear tyre fitted. So in terms of endurance, in terms of durability, he should have the slight upper hand on Almanza, as Danish was a little bit wide there. Was he coming through 50? He was almost on the green himself. Further down the order, there's a bit of a British battle going on for the final points scoring place. Eddie O'Shea and Scott Ogden 14th and 15th. Morelli, once again, Morelli's so good. He's like the eye of Gura in MotoGP and Moto3, isn't he? So good on worn tyres. As Almanza trying to show a wheel to Quiles. Morelli just suddenly spats up the Grand Prix. He's the only rider on circuit now, Morelli. It's in the 140s up to 8th.
Yeah, he's 8th on the road, but he's effectively 6th in sort of aggregate time, if you like. So, of course, we've got two riders ahead of him, Kelso and Salmela, who have time penalties to be added at the end of this Grand Prix. But Morelli, as Marcos Uriarte, teammates Almanza, crashes out of the Grand Prix, there's a chance of potentially getting as high as 3rd or 4th here for Morelli.
Definitely rapid get up at the first corner for Marcos Uriarte. Of Austrian fans, Ramersdorfer has rejoined the Grand Prix, but of course nowhere near the points scoring places now for him. Yeah, now Danish is in trouble. Danish could be getting swallowed up here. Has he just taken too much out of those Pirelli tyres initially to get himself from 16th on the grid up into as high as 2nd? And now to try and go with Almanza and Quiles, is he paying for that early aggression as Morelli's charge continues? He goes on the inside now, Fernandez into the bulls.
Yeah, Morelli could just cruise through this lot up into 3rd place if he plays his cards right, because Danish is really backing the Tech 3 KTMs up of Perrone and Salmela. Of course, Salmela needs to try and clear this quickly and get off up the road because he's got 6-second handicap.
Fernandez got to be careful there, running over the way.
Salmela is through.
Did he at all? Salmela then, of course, with the 6-second post-race penalty to be added to his overall aggregate time. He's now up into 3rd place. And look at this by Morelli. He is so good. Has to be on a quicker rise in Moto3, doesn't he? On warm Pirelli tyres. Danish said he's going the wrong way. Looks like Danish has just no grip underneath him whatsoever. He was 3rd at the start of that last lap, crosses the line in 6th place.
I think Morelli's taking 3rd place. He looked like he was up the inside of Salmela. I think he's going to have no time left, though, to try and chase down this top 2. But there's no question that he is the superior rider at the end of this Grand Prix. Just lost way too much time when he dropped to the bottom of the top 10 earlier on.
Kelso is still in 9th place, but of course with the 3 seconds he's got to add to his race time, he'll be pushed back down to 12th. So out of the top 10 will go the Australian from the front row of the grid. This has been brilliant once again by Morelli. He comes through the field like a hot knife through his butter, doesn't he? What about Almanza? It is one of these two for your win here in Assen. They are long clear with about a lap and a half to go here in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. There is Morelli then now trying to make it a double Aspar podium. Oh, Perrone fighting back through on Salmela.
It's Perrone back through. Salmela with the penalty to come, so he's now running 5th. It would still put him into the points with those 6 seconds now added because of the splitting the leading group. If you add the 6 seconds now onto Rico Salmela, he would still finish in 12th place.
Yeah, Danish is getting a little bit duffed around here late on. A late track finish warning from Matteo Bertelli. He just picked up 13th place out of Ryusai Yamanaka. Just moving out your picture there on the fast right-handers was your top 2, Quiles and Almanza. They've been to the cream of the crop, haven't they, so far this year? No question about that. This is not a given that Ronnie can make it a double Aspar podium. That was the goal from the boss, Nico Tirol, pre-race, but there's going to be 1 lap to go here. 4.54 kilometres. Who's going to be your 2026 victor in the Netherlands? It's Quiles versus Almanza. Morelli hanging on to 3rd.
They've gone head-to-head on a couple of occasions already this season. Season opener in Buriram. Almanza beat Quiles. They went head-to-head in Hungary. That occasion, Quiles beat Almanza. The crucial thing here for Almanza, if he waits that long, is to be strong through the Ramschuk and to try and get himself up the inside of Quiles into that Goethe chicane.
Max Keeler's already a 5-time winner in this year's Moto3 World Championship, an 8-time winner in his short Moto3 career. Once again, he's kept this perfect record going, hasn't he? He has led in every single Grand Prix so far this year. Top marks, 10 out of 10 for Keeles. Is it going to be maximum 25 points at the end of this Grand Prix? It is going to be another last lap thriller between the killer Keeles and Almanza.
Well, he made a mistake on the final lap last weekend, didn't he, when he ran into the back of someone whilst battling for the victory. Nobody ahead of Max Keeles this time. He should try to hit every apex, hit every braking marker, and ask Almanza to push beyond the limit to pass it.
Oh, and Almanza has the big twitch there as he tries to be aggressive going through turn 9. There's a penalty incoming for Adrian Fernandez. 3 seconds will be added to his race time for track limits. Hakim Danish has been really suffering late on in this Grand Prix. He's now back down in 8th place. Obviously chewed up his tyres trying to go in this league group, and now it looks like Keeles once again has this one covered off. Into this super fast final sector we go, and it is the super fast Spaniard that is going to clinch his 6th win in 10 Grand Prix so far in 2026. Through the final chicane he goes, all neat and tidy, and Max Keeles once again wins in 2026. It is win number 6 of 26 for Max Keeles, the Spanish rider who is stretching his world champion lead up to nearly 100 points. At the end of round 10, Almanza does take 2nd place. The perfect weekend then for Keeles. Pole position, the race win here in Assen. Marco Morelli does indeed make it an Aspar, 1 and 3, 2 bites on the podium for the Valencia-based team. Perone over the line in 4th. Salmela is going to be 5th in the standings, but of course there's going to be a 6-second penalty coming away for Salmela. Kelso over the line in 6th. He's got 3 seconds to add to his race time, so I think the host Jesus Rios is going to be 5th. He's going to push up to 5th ahead of Salmela and Kelso. There's a penalty as well for Adrian Fernandez.
Ariarte will go to 6th, won't he, from 9th for those penalties to come. So I think Salmela will be 12th in the end.
Yeah, Danish then did suffer late on. He crossed the line in 10th spot, but he's going to be up in 7th. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of chopping and changing to that order on the left-hand side of your screens. And what is not in any doubt whatsoever is Max Keeles signs off Assen with another stunning performance. He has been simply sensational once again. Look at that, 90 points clear is his lead in the standings, going to the halfway point in the Sachsenring next time out. Alvaro Carpe, who didn't finish that Grand Prix, is now, after just 10 Grand Prix, the only rider within 100 points of Max Keeles, who makes it win number 9 in Moto3, cloud 9 for Keeles.
And once again, this year, if he doesn't win a Moto3 Grand Prix, you can guarantee Max Keeles will win the next. He certainly knows how to respond to a setback, doesn't he? And setbacks for Max Keeles are 2nds and 3rds. Once he hit the front of this Grand Prix, pushed all the way by the brave Almanza in 2nd place, he was praying that Keeles would cough up a mistake, but Keeles was not making any mistakes this time.
Once again, the only rider that could really give Keeles a contest, it was David Almanza. Credit again to the Dynavolt intact rider. Superb 2nd place from Almanza. Marco Morelli. Well, Jack spoke to the boss, Nico Tirolini, Aspar team manager, Tirol on the grid. They were very confident of a double podium. That is exactly how it panned out. There was fireworks further back, was there, with the battle for 3rd place. Yeah, Tirolini was all in there, wasn't he? And look at this, Kelso's going to pick off Rios. Rios then finishing behind Salmela and Kelso on the road, but Rios will move up into 5th place.
Yeah, we're now getting penalties starting 5, so they've added Salmela's on, he's back to 11th, with Kelso and Fernandez to serve their penalties too. Rios will be 5th, and Uriarte will take 6th.
Well, it's been a dream Sunday here at the Cathedral of Speed for Aspar. They expected a little podium, that's exactly what they got. Nico, throw with Jack.
Nico, you told me on the grids that you said double podium was up for grabs today. That's exactly what you've got. Brilliant from Max again, and what a recovery ride from Marco.
Wow, like I told you in the grid, it's like a dream. Both riders in the podium, and also an incredible victory from Maximo. And also the last laps of Marco was incredible, unbelievable, because this is perfect in the real moment, because after some races that he see the podium but with some little mistakes, this is perfect for his confidence. We are super happy.
A brilliant day for the team. Congratulations.
Thank you. Now it's time to enjoy.
It is time to enjoy these very special moments for Jorge Martinez Aspar's Valencia-based squad, because Max Quiles takes the checkered flag over half a second clear of Mansa. We are now getting the reshuffling of the pack behind your top two with the post-race penalties added. It does mean Jesus Rios takes a brilliant 5th place. Brian Uriarte jumps up inside the top 6 to 6. Danish was over the line in 10th, he's 7th. Kelso lost 3 seconds and finishes 8th. Adrian Fernandez lost 3 seconds and finishes 9th. Casey O'Gorman then is 10th. Rico Salmela, in many respects, the big loser, because he was right in that podium battle, and after 20 really hard laps, 20 impressive laps from the Finn, not even a top 10.
Yeah, you can see how gutted he was with that at the end of it, because of course just the nature of the race we got today, had he served the long lap penalties on the track, he might well have caught back up to that leading group again, but didn't have the opportunity today. Esteban 12th, Yamanaka gets points, so does Patelli, and there was a photo finish between the Brits for the final point. It went the way of Eddie O'Shea.
Well, there's another record that's gone the way of Max Quiles, now the most points scored in the first 10 Grand Prix of a Moto3 season, topping the late great Louis Salom. 211 points from the opening 10 rounds of the season. We are potentially witnessing one of the greatest single seasons in Grand Prix history unfolding right before our very eyes. David Almanza, as he so often does, he's a tough, gritty little cookie, isn't he? Almanza, he tried to hunt Quiles down on that final lap, but once again, Max Quiles was too strong. Very soon, isn't it? It's the 7th ride in Moto3 history to have a win tally that topples double figures. That was win number 9. I think we've got to David Alonso, Romano Finati, Duran-Mir, Jose Antonio Uruguay, Dennis Foggia and Jaume Masia. They've had at least 10 Grand Prix wins in Moto3. I think very soon, possibly, our next Grand Prix in the Sachsenring, and we'll be adding Max Quiles to that club as well. Once again, it's absolutely sensational late race pace, which fires Merli to the podium. A brilliant job by the Argentinian. Not just Leo Messi that's making sporting headlines back in Argentina.
He can figure out the first half of races. He's going to be very difficult to beat himself, isn't he, Marco Morelli? Because there's no question that at the end of Moto3 battles, he is the rider with the superior closing pace. Double points finish then for NLab for the grid squad today. Kelso, 8th actually, a heck of a result given that he had a 3-second penalty when he was in that battle for the podium, and as mentioned, Eddie O'Shea beating his fellow Brit Scott Ogden to the final point by just 12 thousandths of a second.
Can't exactly say that both of them are particularly happy with 8th and 15th, can you? Big racing team to look on. Yeah, Morelli's first podium in 6 Grand Prix since he was also 3rd at the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez. But Max Quiles, well, there's been only 1 Grand Prix so far this year, and we saw how angry he was to miss out on not just the podium but the win in Mugello. But other than that, it has just been podiums after podiums after podiums after podiums. Quite astonishing performance by Quiles. Big smile on his face, and with good reason. Marco Morelli's first podium in 6 Grand Prix. A great late race pace. What a charge from Morelli. He's with Jack.
Marco, what a brilliant final few laps they were. You were just inside the top 10, but battled your way through to take what I imagine is a huge podium. Nico saying after some difficult moments, how much does this podium mean?
Yeah, to be honest, it was super difficult race. At the beginning, I started really quite well, which is important for us because in the last races, the start was completely disaster. I lost a lot of positions, so we managed well. But the problem is in the half of the race, I had a mega chata on the front. I lost a lot of grip on the right side, and I said, well, this is done to me. I cannot do anything more. But in the end, I noticed if I change my riding style, was better and don't have chata, no? So in the end, I try to manage this. I adapt. I go faster again. And in the end, I take the podium. Incredible, because I can guarantee you, in the middle of the race, I say, okay, this is top 10, and I will never say this, but hopefully some grass will help me, no? But in the end, I do it by myself. It's really nice and happy. Say thank you to all the people, to my team, because they believe on me. We had a few races that we was struggling a bit more, and now this is the gift.
Great ride today, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, cracking ride that by Merli. He's scored points in all 10 Grand Prix so far this season. 7 times he's finished inside the top 10. An Argentinian won a Grand Prix here in Assen back in 2005. Sebastian Porto in the 250cc race on the top step on that occasion. See the Argentinian flag waving proudly above the podium once again here in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. You heard it from Merli there himself. He thought it was maybe going to be at best a top 10. But what charge he produced in those last 5 or 6 laps. He was arguably the quickest rider on the circuit. Impressive pace. He was charging his way through some pretty heavy traffic. Adrian Fernandez, he exceeded it. Guido Pini, his teammate, exceeded the track limit on the last lap, demoted 1 position. He's already got a 3-second penalty as well for Hanni Pini. So he gets classified in 18th place. A dramatic day once again for Leopard Racing. Both of their riders getting sanctions in that Grand Prix. David Almansen strong once again with his second 2 kilos here in Assen. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
David, another brilliant ride to get onto the podium, pushing Max all of the way. In the end, it looked as though that harder compound rear tyre for Max just paid the difference in those final 3 laps. How pleased are you with your efforts?
Yes, of course. This was a very good weekend to prepare the race. And I start very strong. My feeling with the bike was perfect, I think. And yes, I pushed in the limit lap by lap. Later in the finish laps, I need a little bit with the rear tire because I have the soft one. But well, I prepared very well the last sector, but in entering the left corner, I lose the rear part and I lose all. But well, it was a very good weekend and we are very happy.
Top job today.
Thank you.
Yeah, as he mentioned, Jack, thanks to David Almansen. Just that mistake, wasn't it, at turn 9, the bolt on the last lap, as he was trying to set himself up for a chicane attack on Quiles. We know how good Almansen was on the brakes into that final chicane, but unfortunately, we were denied that thrilling finale because it was just that crucial mistake. He was trying to be eager to get on the power, wasn't he, through 9 to set himself up for an attack through the final sector, where he'd been strong throughout that Grand Prix, to be fair to Almansen. But Max Quiles once again has been phenomenal. Quiles with his 6th win of 2026. He's with Jack.
Number 6 of 2026. You've won in every way possible this year, but to do it around this historic venue at Assen, just talk us through what a moment this is.
Yeah, it's always special to win here. So happy with the race. I was comfortable at the beginning, so I said, okay, maybe I don't push now. I leave energy for the end. And yeah, then I said, okay, I think now is the turn to push. I'm going to push and try what happens. And I saw they were struggling behind, so I said, okay, let's keep pushing. And yeah, I could open some gap. Almansen was really fast, but in the last lap I pushed even more. I could win it, so it's always special here in Assen. This is a historic track. I've always seen it on TV, and I was saying one day I want to win here, and we did it. So thanks to all the people that they were cheering a lot, and it's really hot. So thanks to them. Yeah, let's keep going.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, the TT Circuit Assen, you speak to any rider, it's one of those hallowed venues that they really do want to have success at. Max Quiles then now can add a Dutch Grand Prix to his rapidly expanding winning trophy cabinet. That was the key move he made at turn 8 at Steckenval. Despite David Almansen pushing as hard as he could, he was on the limit. Quiles took it by a relatively comfortable half a second. Job done. Job done once again. Right, a rider who's doing a bit of a number on the Moto3 field at the moment, isn't he? 90 points. 90 points. Quiles has established his lead in the standings. We're not even at the halfway point of this year's World Championship. It's the most points any rider has collected after 10 Grand Prix in Moto3 history. we're looking at a rider that is building towards arguably not just one of the greatest seasons in Moto3, but one of the greatest individual seasons in Grand Prix history. No back-to-back wins, no back-to-back podiums for Hakim Danish at one stage. We were holding that dream, weren't we, as he fought his way through it from 16th to 2nd. But it looked like Danish just took too much out of those Prix tyres to get himself into contention. Still another quality ride, still a brilliant ride for Danish, 16th to 7th. And he does indeed move up into 6th place in the championship, with Bader Batama clashing out of podium contention very early in the Grand Prix.
This was when Danish's afternoon started to career downhill, and he got up into 2nd place, wide the chicane, which cost him that 2nd place, and he had just taken too much out of his Pirelli rubber, making that progress of the order suffered in the latter stages. But with that trio of post-race penalties, he doesn't salvage a 7th place in the end. But once again, serving notice as to what a threat he's going to be, not just for the rest of the season, but into next year in Moto3. I think the field will all be very happy that Max Kielers won't be a part of this class anymore, with the expectation he'll be moving up shortly to Aspar's Moto2 squad for next season, given that they are going to have 2 vacancies opening up in that class. So many records that Max Kielers will surely have in sight now in the second half of this season. Of course, the first job for him is to win the World Championship. 6 wins already to his name. Record for most wins in a season. Could get top 3 going his way. The most podiums in a season, very much within his reach. He's already up to 9. The record is 15. So 6 in the remaining 12 Grand Prix to equal it, 7 to beat it. Even bet against him at the moment. So Martinez Aspar joins his 2 riders up on the podium. It's the 3rd time now this season that the Aspar pair have been together in the top 3. Of course, Morelli's podium in Jerez was only given to him retrospectively after Fernandez was disqualified. Flash ride from Almanza today to take 2nd. The only rider that could keep Kielers in sight, but in the end, that was all he could do, was watch Max Kielers continue his runaway streak at the top of the Moto3 World Championship. 211 points from a possible 250. 10 rounds of the season. Celebrations for the CF Moto Aspar team, who really do extend their advantage to in the team championship today, up to 90 points, with one half of Red Bull KTM IO crashing out. 3rd then for Marco Morelli. Once he puts the 4 race together, watch him go. Surely we'll see him enjoying victory himself before this season is done. 2nd place for David Almanza. 2nd podium in the last 3. He's a hair's breadth away from the podium last weekend in that dramatic finish at Renault 2. Up in 3rd in the World Championship, just 12 points behind Alvaro Carpe is Almanza. Factor in that he's missed a Grand Prix to injury and another to illness. He could well have at least kept this championship a little closer. But Max Kielers, there's no question, is the total class of this Moto3 field. His losing streak of 1 snaps in no time as Kielers wins at Assen.
Max Kielers conquers the cathedral, and he did it in dominant style. The biggest Moto3 victory here in Assen since 2018. He becomes just the 4th rider in Moto3 history to podium in 9 of the opening 10 rounds. He has been once again on a different level. Unrivaled domination this by the 18-year-old, who will be moving up to Moto2 next year. And as he mentioned, he's a bit of a student of the history of the sport, and he knows that it was a big, big win, this one. To win the Grand Prix of the Netherlands here at the iconic TT Circuit Assen, it is always something very, very special. One a rider wants to have on their CV. As Almanza makes sure that he's going back with an empty Prosecco bottle, and quite rightly so, because he worked hard for that one after the 20 laps here with Assen. But it is a double podium for Aspar. Max Quiles will take a 90-point lead in the World Championship to our next Grand Prix in the Saxony.
Max Quiles wins the Dutch TT. David Almanza kept him honest, but had to settle for second place. Marco Morelli with his extraordinary late charge to third. Third and fourth for Argentina, with Valentin Peroni in fourth place. His best result since way back at the beginning of the season. Rios, a career best fifth, had a very Arte. Danish 7th, Kelso and Fernandez each took 3-second penalties to finish 8th and 9th. Gordon 10th ahead of Salmela, who lost 6 seconds, having initially crossed the line up inside the top 5. Points for Esteban, Yamanaka Batelli and Eddie O'Shea. Of course, the high-profile retirements, including Carpe, second in the World Championship, and Veda Pratama, who crashed out of that leading group. Of course, Adrian Cruzes, another rider, taken down in that leading group, but he couldn't avoid Carpe's crash. And that's the damage. From Carpe's point of view in the championship, Quiles extends his lead now out to 90 points. Carpe retains second, but Almanza now takes third away from Brian Uriarte, who's 102 off the lead. Uriarte stays fourth. Morelli is fifth ahead of Hakim Danish, who replaces Veda Pratama in the top 6. Constructors Championship, KTM's victory today, a couple with the best Honda finishing 5th for Jesus Rios, means that the reigning champions are now 114 points clear. And in the team standings, Fiat Moto, Gavio to Aspar with 1st and 3rd today, extend their lead over Ripple KTM Io to 90 points. Io scoring just the 10 points today, with Brian Uriarte in 6th place. Highlights. Max Quiles winning from pole position, but it was far from as simple as that. Joe Kelso getting a good start as he tried to hand NLAB Honda a first Moto3 podium. Ryan Uriarte, a big mover as he moved up from 3rd to 2nd into turn 1. Max's aggression in that first sector. Straight through on Kelso through turn 3. Into 5, but the inside of Max Quiles and Marco Morelli has crashed for Alvaro Carpe as he clipped the rear tyre of Morelli, took himself and Cruzes out of the action. Veda Pratama and Hakim Danish, the stars from Southeast Asia last weekend in Brno, both launching themselves straight into the leading battle themselves from their loaded grip positions. Danish ran as high second at one point before he's charged up the order, took a toll on his tyres. James Rios moving briefly up into second himself as he chased a career best result. But as has been the case on a few occasions in Moto3 this season, the cream rising to the top, being Almanza and Quiles as they prove too strong for their pursuers. Quiles striking into Steckenbach. Although he was fast enough to stay with him, Almanza wasn't fast enough to attack him. Two Tech 3 KTMs were also getting stuck in, although Salmela would lose a top 5 after his 6-second penalty was applied. But nothing could stop Max Quiles today. Well, every time he's failed to win in 2026, he's won the next one. Max Quiles bounces back once again after the disappointment for Brno. Quiles wins in Assen and further tightens his grip on the Moto3 World Championship.
Last weekend in June, which means only one thing. MotoGP is running for one of its biggest rounds of the season at the TT Circuit Assen. Located 200 kilometres northeast of Amsterdam, on the calendar for nearly 80 years, Assen's rich and proud history makes it a track every rider dreams of winning at. Who will conquer the Cathedral of Speed? It's time to race in MotoGP. Good afternoon and welcome back to the TT Circuit Assen. It has just passed midday local time here in the northeast Netherlands as we head to the midway point of this year's MotoGP World Championship. On the weekend here, Chapter 10 well and truly underway here on Race Day Sunday, that has so far in MotoGP been all about one manufacturer, as Aprilia have been dominant throughout the weekend so far. Coming up later on, over 26 laps in the top class, Jorge Martin will far away from pole position for the first time as a factory Aprilia rider, as Trackhouse Aprilia look to double up after their sensational performance in the sprint yesterday, with Val Fernandez victorious, leading over Trackhouse 1-2 with Ayagura back-to-back silver medals in the space of 7 days with a former Moto2 world champion. Who will be our latest Moto2 world champion? Well, we're about to take another step towards finding out here in Assen, because up next, over 22 laps, it is the battle for supremacy here in the intermediate world championship category. And it's been some week in terms of qualifying for Colombia's David Alonso, who yesterday, with a 135.236, made it back-to-back poles. He was on pole position last weekend in Renault before he suffered last gas heartache to Ivan Ortola in the closest Moto2 finish of the season so far. A couple of, one surprise name certainly on the front row of the grid. Alberto Ferrandez, Roof Comet Yamaha rider, on the front row for the very first time Ferrandez has qualified inside the top 10, with Ethan Guevara second in the World Championship, 15.5 points behind team leader Manu Gonzalez coming into this round 10. Huge expectations, high hopes for the riders we've just seen on screens there. The Netherlands ambitions resting on the shoulders of Zonta van den Gorberg. He's running a special home race livery, as you saw there. Zonta qualifying in 14th place. In fact, both home heroes are going from the same row, because Colin Vire on row 5 as well in 15th place. 22 laps then coming up shortly in the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Sigaby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down on what is a hot grid, but thankfully not as hot as Friday and Saturday here in the northeast Netherlands. As for the first time since the Sachsenring last year, the first time in 21 Grand Prix, that two Bosca scorers will start on the front row. On that occasion it was Jake Dixon and Tony Arbolino. This time around though, it's two teammates from the Blue Crew. It's Alberto Ferrandez and Ethan Guevara, with world champs leader Manu Gonzalez. He's going to go to the middle of the third row in 8th place. As always, Lewis, a tough one to call this one. Unpredictable Moto2 has been all again in 2026. This one should be pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one, with Alonso looking to banish some demons from a week ago after leading for so long, but ultimately being passed at the very last corner by Ivan Ortola. And a bit of a wild card next to him in the form of Alberto Ferrandez. Double front row for the Blue Crew Bosca scorers, as you mentioned. Key opportunity for Guevara to try and gain World Championship points. An opportunity that passed him by a week ago in Brno, when Manu Gonzalez came from the 5th row of the grid to beat him on the very last lap. Once again, Gonzalez, the championship leader, who has looked good in practice, it has to be said. Surprised to see him so deep down the order, but he is playing catch-up from Moto3.
Behind that front row, which we have mentioned, of course, Alonso, Ferrandez and Guevara, there's quite a significant change to the grip positions thereafter, certainly involving row 2 and downwards. A Tal Trans Racing team rider Danny Munoz had qualified in 4th place on the grid. He was due to head the second row, his best qualifying of the season. Unfortunately, Lewis, there's going to be
foul of that when they didn't had the front mudguard on Holgado's bike in Le Mans, and they were disqualified. So a heavy penalty for the Italtrans team and for Dani Munoz, who came through Q1, qualified fourth, but lost it all. He goes from the back of the grid. Just to add some context to what you just saw on screen there, if you weren't with us in the Moto3 race, the long lap penalty loop was out of commission due to some overnight rain, which was still in the long lap penalty loop. That has been cleared, so if riders do get that penalty, the long lap penalty loop is open for Moto2 and MotoGP.
Cover it Alonso then on pole position for the second time in a week. There's so much expectation, the home hopes resting on the shoulders of Colin Vyse, 15th on the grid. Let's get some thoughts from Jack.
Colin, goes without saying, big pressure coming into this one. A huge crowd here wanting to have something to cheer for. How are you feeling ahead of your home Grand Prix?
Not too bad. Qualifying was a little bit difficult, but yeah, I really, to be honest, it didn't show our real pace. I think there's more to give. But yeah, to be honest, I feel quite okay. And yeah, let's see how the race evolves. I will try to attack as much as possible and see if from there where we can get.
Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, thanks to Colin Vyse. Of course, he is 14th on the grid with the Dani Munoz penalty. Nevertheless, a tough home Grand Prix in prospect for Colin. It's his lowest Grand qualifying since Phillip Island last year. There's the tail of the tape so far this season for Ethan Guevara. His last 5 Grand Prix from Le Mans onwards have been pretty impressive. The win in Le Mans, a podium in Catalonia. He's stringing together a very impressive, consistent season, isn't he, Guevara? 50.5 points, so he sits behind Gonzalez in the championship. Guevara launching from third.
And 6 points further back in the title chase is Celestino Vietti, who's promoted from second qualifying to 5th on the grid. Vietti had a problem with practice when he crashed right at the start of the session, which put him in Q1, and he recovered from that. Next to him on the second row is Senna Regis, who has looked good in practice so far. He's now talking to Jack.
Yeah, Senna, it's been a great weekend so far. You've looked really fast over one lap and on race rhythm as well. How are you feeling ahead of this?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. We've put together a good weekend so far. Yeah, second row here is not bad. Yeah, I'm glad we have decent pace, and that's positive for today. So we just need to get a good start and make some decide to go pace. I don't know, a couple of maybe bosses cruise ahead. I don't think on paper have the best pace. So yeah, of course David on pole will obviously try to get the head start like last week. So yeah, he will probably be the one to catch at the beginning, but we need to be there at the end. You know, we have the pace at the end to attack. So that's my plan today, and let's see.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Senna Regis. Points in his last 7 starts, all top 10. 5 of those have been top 6 in this rumour about Tech 3 KTM and MotoGP. They will not go away. Strong rumours that as we just saw there on screens. Ricardo was qualified top 5 in 7 of 10 Grand Prix. Let's jump one row ahead of him though and go to the right, the second in the World Championship, Ethan Guevara. Good job.
Yeah, second in the World Championship. Firing away from the front row of the grid. This feels like a big race, Ethan. How are you feeling?
So, but my real goal is finish the race in a good position. Good luck. Thank you very much.
And happy birthday as well to Ethan Guevara, who turns 22 today. I'll be hoping to celebrate with a podium finish as always. Well, the biggest cheerleader for Alex Screech is always Pedro Acosta. He comes down to high five his great friend for Clint Racing Team, Alex Screech, up from 9th to 8th on the grid. And with the Dani Munoz penalty, it does mean that Joe Roberts now bumps up 1 row. He qualified 10th, but he starts 9th on row 3.
American Racing teammates to complete the top 10 with Philip Salach in 10th place. You could argue that the intact duo are slightly out of position on the grid because they have both looked very good in practice. They start 6th and 7th. What are their chances? Tom Mooty's with Jack.
Yeah, we've obviously just heard from Senna, who is fancying his chances, just says he has to be there at the end of the race to compete. For Manu, Tom, I guess he's got similar pace. The issue is coming through from the 3rd row of the grids.
Yeah, it makes it not easier, let's say, the 3rd row. I said yesterday the first 2 rows would be easier or would be the best to start into the race. Okay, Manu is now in the 3rd row. Okay, he have a little bit more of challenge because it's not that easy to overtake here. But yeah, as you said, the pace looks good. I think the job done over the weekend was good. and this is where he rely on. So I think for both riders we can go very positive into this race. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Dynavolt rider coach and mentor Tom Luthi. Well, unfortunately, 24 places on the grid, worse off than he was anticipating is poor Danny Munoz. The fairing infringement saw him banished from both qualifying sessions, so he is now right at the back of the grid. We saw yesterday in qualifying, he's certainly got the one lap pace. Can he do it over the race distance to claw himself back into a point scoring chance?
Yeah, what with Munoz was because he was in Q1 yesterday. He wasn't just disqualified from Q2, but from Q1 as well, because his bike didn't pass the necessary technical inspections in the entire qualifying session, which is why he dropped all the way to the back of the grid. Philip Salach's front row streak came to an end because you saw him there sitting in 10th place, having qualified in 11th. He himself has had some issues for the weekend. He had some technical gremlins on Friday afternoon, but he does have a 2027 contract now in his pocket with American Racing.
Back-to-back podiums in the last two for Philip Salach. He's the first Czech rider to finish on a home podium in Brno since Lucas Peszek all the way back in 2007, the 125cc race. So Czech fans, that certainly went home happy, didn't they, 7 days ago in Brno. Tayo Furusato is definitely getting the hang of a Moto2 bike, isn't he, right now? He's going to start from 11th on the grid. Is Furusato's best qualifying performance in Moto2 so far. He's coming into this Grand Prix full of confidence. Back-to-back point scoring finishes for Furusato, who's definitely making big strides forward in his rookie season.
And it's not all bad news for Italtrans, as you just saw. Yes, we've already discussed Danny Munoz starting from the very back of the grid, but the best qualifying of 2026 so far, Adrian Huertas. That, of course, with the penalty for his teammate, has ensured he will start from the 4th row.
He's qualifying in 17th since Hungary last year for Huertas. BMW safety car then peels away at the front of the grid. David Alonso led for all but one corner last weekend in Renault, didn't he, before he had his pocket pick late on by Ivan Ortola. Ortola eventually becoming the 63rd different winner in the Moto2 World Championship. There he is then in the special Netherlands home livery, looking super cool. He'll be hoping he looks super fast as well. Zonta van den Gorberg, 13th place on the grid. Comes into his home Grand Prix. Actually, it's a pretty decent form, the 20-year-old. He scored points in 4 of the last 5 Grand Prix. 12th he was here last year. His only points finish in front of his home crowd in 4 previous starts in Assen.
Longest point streak of his Grand Prix career. And there is Colin Vire, who we've already heard from on the grid. He starts from 14th place. Of course, came so close to Moto3 glory here a couple of years ago when he also had his pocket picked by Ivan Ortola in the very latter stages. It will take some heroic effort to get himself in the victory battle this time, but he has plenty of home support to cheer him on.
Well, we know where his lead lies. Pedro Acosta coming up later on the factory KTM, winning 26th lap Grand Prix of the Netherlands in MotoGP. Picked up a single point in yesterday's sprint. Pedro Acosta, who is definitely in the Alex Estridge camp. 2026. Alberto Ferrandez has been the star performer in the race here in Assen. His first ever front row start. First he was ever qualified inside the top 10, but it's back-to-back poles for Colombia's David Alonso. Can he take his first win of 2026 here? Alonso leads the field away in Assen.
Laps of TT Circuit Assen to come. This is Moto2, the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. Back-to-back poles for David Alonso. A first front row start in the class for Alberto Ferrandez, out qualifying his teammate Ivan Guevara for the first time. The birthday boy starts third. Danny Munoz had qualified fourth, but disqualified from qualifying yesterday, which promotes Holgado, Vietti and Senna Aegis onto row 2. Manu Gonzalez, his worst qualifying since Austin. He starts 7th ahead of Alex Estridge and Joe Roberts. Philip Salach, of course, off the back of his home podium last time out. He had to row 4 with time for a start to a career best 11th on the grid, and Adrian Puertas his best at 2026. The Dutch duo next up, Van Nunborberg and Vaya for the home fans on the 5th row ahead of Czech winner Ivan Ortola. Aaron Canet lines up in 16th on the back of 3 consecutive DNFs. He's got Tony Arbolino and Ankar Keras for company. A third Q1 exit in the road for Denis Onchu, which is why he's 19th ahead of Jose Antonio Rueda and Ayumu Sasaki, who crashed 3 times on Friday afternoon. Renetta, Zuratuza and Garcia next up from 3 substitutes who complete the grid. Ralston, Pavelec and Jorge Navarro, who is in for the injured Barry Baltus.
So here we go then, Chapter 10 about to unfold here at the TT Circuit Assen in Moto2. What's all the nerves like for Alberto Fernandez, flying away from his first ever front row start. This is how the land lies in terms of the world. Assen and a Sachsenring next time out. He will go into the summer break as the Moto2 World Champion leader, but just starting to show some top form. We're going to wait quite a long time for it. Is David Alonso. Pole position last weekend in Brno, did so much in the front running, didn't he, on the Grand Prix of Czechia. But hard to believe Alonso had to wait until round 9 to register his first podium finish of the campaign. A podium which does see him come into this Grand Prix of the Netherlands. It's a level play field then ahead of this in 7. The orange flares have been let off on the run through the Timber chicane. The Dutch fans, well, they are out in their numbers. They're enjoying the Sunday sunshine here. From his first ever front row, he's going to lead the field for the first time on the run down the first corner. Alonso was caught up in there off the line, and now he's taken Guevara goes in the second place. So Blue Crew have a top 2.
Trying to pick up Manu Gonzalez. I think he still started in 7th place. Certainly looked to row behind him like Joe Roberts jumped the start.
Well, this is alien territory right now for the number 54 of Fernandez. First ever front row start. First time he has ever led a Grand Prix. There were no nerves, there were no butterflies for him off the line. He has been superb this by the rookie.
What a start for the Blue Crew. Bosco, Scoros, Fernandez and Guevara. It's a Blue Crew 1-2. It's an Aspar 3-4. Alonso from Holgado. And then we've got the first of the Intam riders, Senna Regis, having gained a place up into 5th.
Ortola.
Gonzalez has taken Vietti too, so he's now running in 6th position. The World Championship leader making some early progress. So too is Ivan Ortola, up in 8th place from 15th on the grid.
So Fernandez then it is that leads. Huertas has got himself up inside the top 10. He had a season best qualifying in 12th place.
So what's David Alonso going to do about this? Is he going to attack early on? Is he having to stay there? He's attacking early on. Lovely move into the ramp shock, and very nearly a moment there. You do not want to crash there, Ivan Guevara, who's now fighting back on Alonso, retaking 2nd.
Once again, it is a Blue Crew 1-2 at the front of this Grand Prix. It has been a dream start here for Fernandez, who leads over the line. His lead was just over a quarter of a second clear of Guevara. Ortola up into 8th place. He's in a superb start once again, hasn't he? For a start, he's gone the wrong way. He's lost 5 places in the first lap. So too Van den Gorberg, who started in 13th. Van den Gorberg has been pushed out the points down to 90.
The happiest rider in this leading group might well be Aegis, now up into 4th place as Guevara has a little bit of a look up the inside there of his teammate Fernandez. That's Vietti, who's having a crack at Gonzalez for 6th and 7th as Salax gets out of of the seat as he's trying to go with this leading group of 8 ahead of him.
Yeah, just asking for the foul a little bit too much there, wasn't he? Salach on the exit of the Struben. We're on board then now with Ferrandez. He lights up that pearly rear tyre, doesn't he? On the exit of 8, big slide on the curve there for the 54. It has not cost him the lead.
We've got some inter-team warfare here on the front of the field. We've got the 2 Blue Coupe Oscar Scoros. Guevara now up the inside of Ferrandez. We've got the 2 Aspar Calexes and the 2 intact teammates of Aegis and Gonzalez in this leading group of 6.
Guevara makes his move then at 10. What can Ferrandez do to try and strike straight back here? Now we power through this sequence of breathtaking fast right-handers. Now they'll bank him left. Through 15 we go. Alonso's got the inside line. He's picked off Ferrandez. So the early leader now back into P3. He's under big pressure as well. Coming from a long way back. Holgado on the inside of Ferrandez. And Aegis. Some move that by Holgado on the brakes into the chicane. 5th to 3rd.
Alberto Ferrandez, welcome to front-end Moto2 battles. He's really getting an introduction as to what Moto2 race leading is all about. Munoz has set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, unsurprisingly, from 21st on the grid, and my eyes were not playing tricks on me at the start. Joe Roberts did jump the start, double long lap.
Well, Munoz will be absolutely livid that he got the technical penalty. He was bullied over 1 lap to get himself 4th from the grid, but the fairing infringement, something's down there in the background.
Is that Munoz?
Oh, there's contact here at turn 5 as well. Sato gets checked. I don't know what happened there going into turn 5. Double on that then for Joe Roberts. It is Munoz. I think we have lost Munoz. Well, he was just set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix into the 136 lows, but he has crashed out at turn 4. He's gone so far, he's gone to the long lap penalty loop there, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, let's hope he's not done some damage. Looked like he was favouring his hand there as Alonso's now having a look. It's now the Aspar pair that are ganging up on Ethan Guevara, who hasn't got his teammate there.
Tino Vietti then had a big practice crash at turn 5. A nasty high side out of 5 on Friday afternoon. His weekend goes from bad to worse. Vietti now top 6 contention, and that's a massive in his championship. He came with this Grand Prix 3rd in the standings.
Ethan Guevara.
Well, we better be ahead of Holgado to that Timur chicane later in this Grand Prix, because otherwise you're going to be in a real whole world of pain, because he's so good going into turn 60 on the front end of that Aspar Calix, cutting to a tight inside line going through 3 down. Guevara in second place. He can't find his way through. Canet's getting the upper hand in an all battle pool. Alvaro Vidies flagging lights. He's just taken 12 from on due.
Yep, so both of the intact teammates, Aegis and Gonzalez, have now passed Ferrandez, who's back to 6th place as Guevara almost cut into the grass there, so desperately wants to get the straightest run out of Distrubri. And so it's Holgado, Guevara, Alonso, your 1, 2, 3, Aegis, Gonzalez, Ferrandez down to 6th. Ortolo has done a heck of a job to get himself from his good position into this leading battle, and Philip Salach at the moment is just hanging on there in 8th place.
This is awesome Moto2 action here, isn't it? In Assen, here we go then now up into the bolt, the left-hander. Down the gearbox we go, 96 Holgado is then that leads. Holgado is winless since the second round of the campaign. That brilliant victory on our first visit to Goiânia, our first visit to Brazil in over 2 decades. Hasn't done too much front running since that point, has he, Holgado? But he is leading here in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. Holgado, this is the first time he's led since round 2 in Goiânia. You're not going to pass Holgado on the brakes into turn 16, are you? And he sort of starts gapping the field. He makes up so much time on the entry to that final chicane. Fastest laps from Ferrandez, PB lap from the rider in 6th place. Hanging on to this 6th place, he tops it out with Gonzalez.
He's up in the 5th place now, is Alberto Ferrandez, not looking out of place, is he, in this leading group? So Manu Gonzalez, rather than looking forwards, well, he is now looking forwards, because Ferrandez has given him that 5th place back again.
Yeah, now Ortolo leans on Ferrandez going through 4. That means Ferrandez though has the inside line crucially through 5. So Ortolo just has to stay there in that 7th place. Here is Holgado then. Just behind him, trying to pick up some toe here on the Bosco Score chassis is Guevara. Alonso closing back in on the two riders ahead of him. Aegis there in a real strong fourth place. Oh, Aegis was so good. What did he go through 6 and 7? Look how much he closed on Alonso there into Stegeman. I thought Aegis was going to make a move there into 8.
Yeah, you can see the different strengths and weaknesses of Kalex versus Boscoscuro there, as Alonso strong in the faster corners on the Kalex than Guevara was. Guevara said pre-weekend he feared that this track wouldn't necessarily suit for Boscoscuro, but he's proving himself wrong at the moment.
Yeah, and once again he's been top dog, hasn't he, on the Boscoscuro, their lead rider in the World Championship. Alessandro Vietti, another big name, Boscoscuro contender, out early in this Grand Prix, and only track this morning has come the way as well of the Screed. The Screed is currently down in 9th place.
Salak's looking quite racy here at the back of this. There's confirmation of the progress that Ortola has made rapid progress. Ferrandez is now.
Munoz and Vietti have been taking the medical centre of the quarter checks as Alonso then makes an Aspart 1-2. That was lovely by Alonso. So got a great drive out of 18, out of the chicane, down the short start finish straight on the Grand Prix calendar, and wasted no time using that great extra speed to lunge on the inside of Guevara on the brakes into the first corner. Alonso back in the second.
Yeah, nothing Guevara could do about that into the struggle. Either try and move back through. Try for Sato further back, has been told to drop the position. He's made contact with somebody, we don't know who at this stage. It's going to cost him 14th place.
Position at the moment for Sato is down in 15th place. Into the vault we go then. Algardo, Alonso, Guevara, all three of those were expected to be on the MotoGP grid in 2027. The rider in 4th place also could be moving up to MotoGP as well. The odd one out, and somewhat bizarrely, is the World Champs leader Manu Gonzalez in 5th spot. Joe Roberts has just completed his double long lap penalty with a jump start.
Ferrandez is all over the road coming out of Steckenbal. He's really struggling to hang on as Alonso now cuts up the inside of Ramchuk. So good through that corner. He now takes the lead back away from his teammate Danny Holgado.
Yeah, Holgado, who's been so good on the brakes into the final chicane, into 16. There's nothing you can do there about Alonso's electric pace. So from pole position, he's now set the fastest lap of this Grand Prix so far as Alonso. That's some pace, a 1:36.338. He was half a second faster on that last lap compared to his teammate Danny Holgado. Aegis and Gonzalez, Donovan Intact teammates, they're also picking up their speed as well. They both have done 36.5s, 0.2 of a second. The gap in the lap times between Aegis and Gonzalez is now on the inside line, tight inside line. Whoa! Too tight was Guevara. He was too tight there going through the Struben, lost the rear, big wheel spin as he had lean angle and throttle coming out of that turn 5. Somehow he's only lost 1 second.
Gets into the back where he was in 3rd place as Gonzalez now takes Aegis. Crucial move that. Gonzalez is now the leading in the Intact team, and that, the big winner out of all that actually was a rider who wasn't involved in it. The big winner was David Alonso up ahead.
A gift this for Alonso. He won't know it, but at the moment he's almost 0.8 of a second now clear of this pretty dramatic melee that's unfolding behind him. Here comes Aegis. Straight back through, almost straight back through on his teammate Gonzalez into turn 10. There is no way through, and nose well and truly cut off there by the World Championship leader.
Gonzalez wasn't having that. Not just are they battling for the Moto2 World Championship amongst others, but potentially battling against each other for a place in the MotoGP field next season with the Tech 3 squad. So plenty on the line there between Gonzalez and Aegis.
Just at the back of this league group, you can see there's always a menacing figure, isn't it? Ivan Ortola. You know how good he is in terms of his late race pace. He's in 6th place as it stands right now. Over the line we go then. Alonso's lead is just over 6.5 tenths. Gonzalez not close enough to attack his chief championship rival Guevara on the brakes into the first corner. Ortola now 1.3 seconds behind your leader Alonso.
And they completely dropped Ferrandez now, who's doing 37s in 7th place. So he's now got a packet of Screech, Flairtas and Salach behind him. As once again Guevara just favours that tighter inside line. Wasn't having lunge that time on Holgado, but this time he isn't too trigger happy on the throttle, which popped him out of the seat a lap ago.
At least Ferrandez will be able to say, well, one day I did lead a Moto2 race at the classic Assen circuit. He is fading out of contention. Oh, look at that by Gonzalez. That was a beautiful move going through turn 7. What a move that was by Gonzalez. That was pure, outright class from the world championship leader. That's pushed Guevara off the podium.
Guevara's got to be careful now that he doesn't lose too many championship points to Manu Gonzalez, because it's Manu's teammate Senna Aegis now queuing up behind him in 5th place. Ortola still hanging on nicely in 6th, doing mid-36s. Alonso's lead still hovering at around 3/4 of a second.
Furusato did drop his one position. He's 15th now on the road. My eyes caught by Furusato. He's just in a 1:36.815, his best lap of the Grand Prix, which is really, really impressive speed by the Japanese rider, on course for his 3rd successive point-scoring finish in what's a vastly improving first season in Moto2.
Gonzalez trying to get on with this. He doesn't want Alonso to get too far on the road. He's immediately dropped Guevara and jumped straight onto Danny Holgado. He gets a much better round the chicane. Fastest lap of the Grand Prix. This is a decisive move from Manu Gonzalez, who now takes 2nd.
It gets worse for Guevara because Aegis has picked him off into the first corner, and so Ethan Guevara, who's been as high as 2nd place in this Grand Prix, was briefly leading, wasn't he? But there he is now. He's been pushed back down to 5th place. Is already the Bosca scorer, starting to suffer a few early grip issues here. Alonso clear at the front. Gonzalez now then has worked his way up into 2nd place, looking really, really strong in that 2nd. The gap at the moment between the two of them has jumped up to 9/10 of a second.
Gonzalez could see that Alonso had pulled a bit of a gap out whilst the melee was unfolding behind him, as is Holgado now also starting to struggle. Back to 3rd, and now immediately coming under some serious pressure from Senna Aegis, who has half a look at the inside there into Steph Guevara. So Aegis runs 4th as Gonzalez goes a little wide, but that blue tarmac is not a track limits violation.
You can see there top the picture of Screech has got through on Ferrandez. The Screech then now up into 7th place. Looked like Guevara got the entry of 9 wrong. Look, he was a little bit offline there going through the ball. That has cost him a bit of time. To Aegis' rear tyre, and has dropped him right back into the clutches here of Ortola. So at the moment it doesn't look like there's going to be any post-race celebrating Prosecco on his 22nd birthday for Ethan Guevara.
We're on board then with Aegis. He's not under any pressure from behind, because it is Guevara next behind. 6-2, Gonzalez couldn't match it. He was a 10 slower.
Fair play to a Screech. On the forward chassis, you can just see him out of picture on the brakes into the first corner, having picked off Ferrandez. Has got a bit of clear road ahead of him. Straight away, we're able to find a 1:36.342, which was exactly a 10th of a second.
Just ticking over for the 1 second mark, 1.1 to the first sector. As he said pre-weekend, this track doesn't really suit me. I've never really been any good around Assen, because I'm not as good in the faster corners. Well, Alonso, as he always has, learning quickly.
And he's going to try and make sure he doesn't get mugged off at the very last corner as Aegis goes through on Holgado. That's a lovely move. Textbook move on the brakes in the Steckenval, turn number 8. So Holgado, who jumped to the front of this Grand Prix right at the very beginning, has now been barged off the podium himself. So Alonso a second clear of Gonzalez. Gonzalez is about half a second clear of Aegis.
Screech, according to our screens, left-hand side of the picture, has a long lap penalty. Must have been for either the track limits or a shortcut, one of the two, because we've been watching him. We're doing pretty solid lap times in the back of the picture. We just seen Melanie blew forward like he had already been given a track limits warning. He's the first rider in the race to get a track limits warning, and Screech now has a long lap penalty.
And that's a shame for Screech, because he was starting to career towards this lead group. A lead group which is starting to get splintered a little bit, isn't it? Over the line we go then. Alonso, 9/10 clear of Gonzalez. It's half a second clear of Aegis. 3/10 of a second back is Holgado. It is a track limits infringement, which is going to cost Alex Screech a trip through the long lap penalty loop.
For half distance, he's exceeded track limits so many times already in just 10 laps, but he's already got a long lap penalty to come. That long lap penalty is now back open for business after it was too wet to be used in the Moto3 race.
Easy to do here in Assen. It's super fast, it's super narrow, so it's very, very easy just to, you have to be so millimetre precise to tackle Assen. So Screech, unfortunately, has not been good enough in that particular aspect. As we look at Ortola, what could he deliver late on? He delivered some spectacular late fireworks and late heroics 7 days ago in Brno. I'm not too sure he's got that in his locker here today with him. Alonso still comfortably clear of Gonzalez. 8 tenths is the gap between the Colombian and the Spaniard.
And Gonzalez will do everything he can to try and chase down Alonso to win this race, as he's done already on several occasions this season. But Gonzalez will be well aware that Alonso is 74.5 points behind him in the World Championship, and Guevara, of course, now at this stage, 3 places behind Manu Gonzalez. So even at this stage, this is not a bad outcome for Manu Gonzalez in the World Championship, and of course, still time to make it even better.
Coming into this Grand Prix, in terms of podium finishes between those top 2, it was 7-1 in favour of Manu Gonzalez. It's been his speed and his consistency which has driven him to this massive 15.5-point lead in the World Championship. Gonzalez, a couple of tenths quicker on that last lap than Alonso. He's just done his best lap of the Grand Prix, 136.349. We've got sort of 3 groups of 2 here, haven't we? You've got Alonso and Gonzalez.
He dropped back into the run. 37s, which is why Holgado, Guevara and Ortola are now quite close behind him. Escrichi is still doing 36s, and when he serves that long lap penalty, hasn't served it yet, it's going to drop him behind that group involving Fernández Huertas, Salach Fire and Arbolina.
Likely to lose 3 seconds is the Screech when he does come through the long lap. Not been able to work himself back into, or work his way back into podium contention at the moment. Can he even Guevara is once again head and shoulders top Oscar scorer in this Grand Prix. His teammate Fernández is still doing a stellar job to hang on to 8th place. He's been under some serious pressure from Huertas and Salach behind him.
Tracking his warnings everywhere you look now. Danny Holgado has now been given one. Of course, he's got enough to occupy his mind at the moment. Here's the race start then. Looker, 3rd row. There was the little jump forward from Joe Roberts. Of course, it also cost him at the start.
Before it even began, track limits there. Surely was at the centre ages as he was on the green coming out of that final chicane. Yeah, now that is successive 136.3s from Gonzalez. We've got a race on here, folks. This is game 1. The gap has now crept down to 6 tenths between Alonso and Manu Gonzalez. Lightning surely won't strike twice, will it, for David Alonso, who led for the entirety of last weekend's Grand Prix Brno before he was picked off at the very last corner by Ortola. The pressure is building behind him once again, and this time around is coming from Gonzalez, your World Championship leader.
It was generally in his Moto3 career when Alonso was in this position. You'd practically given him 25 points at this stage, but he's got out of the habits of winning in his Moto2 career. Just the one success, of course, in Hungary last year when he passed Manu Gonzalez on the very last lap himself to take victory. This time it's Alonso with the inner demons at some recent last lap partake.
These two are in a different league right now. The gap between Gonzalez and Aegis is just going up and up. It's 1.7 seconds now, the gap between the 2 Dynabot teammates. Aegis in 3rd place, looking relatively comfortable, if you can be comfortable, with Holgado, Guevara and Ortola right on your rear tyre. But he hasn't looked under any kind of serious threat, has he, the number 81.
track limits warning, by the way. He's running in a very distant fourth place now. Of course, Holgado right behind him, still to serve his long lap penalty as he runs fifth. Of course, we know from his script earlier on, if Holgado doesn't heed that warning, he'll be through there twice.
Slightly quicker on that last lap once again. The quicker of that top three was Ages. Alonso struggling here. He's starting to suffer. He's back in the 37s. At this late stage of the Grand Prix, it doesn't look like Alonso is going to be able to take pole position to his first win of the season. Further back, you can see it is still Guevara in fourth place. Holgado is fifth.
The rear tyre is starting to squirm a bit under Manuel Gonzalez there. And look at all the momentum it's costing. Because Senna Agius doesn't usually have top end speeds. He's one of the taller riders in this Moto2 class, but he took meters out of Manu Gonzalez, but a bit wide there in the crucial turn 7. He was trying to...
His favourite turn 8, but he forgot about turn 7. That was the problem there for Ages. So having done all the hard work to get through on Alonso, that's a bit of a present, that, isn't it, for Alonso, who jumps back into second place. Present gratefully received for the number 80.
And a Prix for Manu Gonzalez too, who now has potentially one less lap to have to worry about Senna Agius. Agius, of course, has got to pass along so again, and then close that gap back down, and he's now got just over 2 laps in which to do it.
No information as yet that Danny Holgado has completed his long lap for exceeding track limit, so we'll keep a close eye on that one, given the fact that he's inside that top 6. Over the line we go then. There's now 2 laps to go here, just under 10 kilometres remaining of this round 10 in Moto2. Now Alonso's all over at the back of Manu Gonzalez. This is going to be potentially one of the all-time classic Assen Moto2 battles here, isn't it? Late on, it's Gonzalez versus Alonso versus Agius.
Only some of these teams have been reading the memo about being on that penalty. Scritch has now got a ride-through penalty for not...
He really has cut a second wind. This feels like a 15th wind as far as Alonso goes in this Grand Prix. Look at the movement Alonso has. His calyx bucking and weaving underneath him as he went through turns 6 and 7. He's not shy. Is he the Moto3 world champion of a couple of years ago?
And all of a sudden, it's Manu Gonzalez who looks like he's fading in the latter stages. He's got a pair right on his case. David Alonso chasing a first victory this season, and Senna Agius chasing a victory which could propel him up into MotoGP next year.
Well, whoever does win this Assen Grand Prix in Moto2, they're going to have to really work hard for it. It's going to be a hard-earned victory, because this is going to be a last lap thriller. This is surely going to be a classic. Gonzalez it is that leads them now as we power through this. Gonzalez didn't yield, and now they go 3 abreast, side by side, 3 abreast, through the chicane we go. Gonzalez was briefly 3rd at one point in that chicane. Somehow he comes out of it, starting the final lap in the lead.
Well, pick the bones out of that. There were all sorts of lines being taken through that final chicane. It's difficult to tell who was on the green, who was taking shortcuts, but they come out in the order that they started. Gonzalez clinging on by his fingernails here.
Well, you can't believe that he came out of that chicane still leading this Grand Prix. How tight, how defensive does Gonzalez go there on the inside through the Shrewsbury? He was almost riding over the curb on the inside there. Nothing Alonso could do, nothing that Agius could do then here. We're attacking through the high-speed turns 6 and 7, halfway around almost of this final lap. It's still Gonzalez who had a twitch there, didn't he? Going through 7.
Agius not close enough for his favourite move into Steckenval. Manu Gonzalez now will surely know what's coming.
Power defence. He's parking that bike, isn't he? In the middle of the corners here. He's almost at walking speed. Oh! Alonso almost going down there through 10 and 11. Into the final sector we go. It's all in the chicane, surely.
Manu Gonzalez is surely going to have to stay left out of Ramchuk and force Alonso to go the long way round here.
Here we go, then Agius is going to attack through on the inside of Alonso. He's not close enough. Here we go then, folks. Look how defensive Gonzalez goes, and around the outside goes Alonso. Who's going to win this classic here in the race. What a Grand Prix here. Assen is one of Grand Prix motorcycle racing's most iconic and classic venues. We've just had a Moto2 Classic here at the Cathedral of Speed. What a finish. What a last 2 laps. What a last 2 chicanes there from David Alonso, Manu Gonzalez and Senna Aegis, who have delivered one of the all-time classic finishes in Moto2 history. Alonso takes his first win of the season by just over 2/100ths of a second. Manu Gonzalez does stretch his World Championship lead with a brilliant 2nd place. Senna Aegis is 3rd. Guevara on his 22nd birthday is 4th. Ortola 5th. Olgado 6th. Top 10s for Street, Freitas Ferrandez and Salax. Points for Bayer Arbolino, Letta Fursato and Van den Gorberg. Wow. Wow. Are you not entertained? That was one of the all-time great Moto2 races. One of the all-time great Moto2 finishes. That was simply awesome in Assen.
David Alonso doesn't do dull, does he? That's his 2nd Moto2 victory. Both of them have come by passing Manu Gonzalez on the very last lap. One of the very best Moto2 races we have ever seen. We recently passed the 300 mark.
Absolutely incredible. What a 22 laps we have just witnessed. Absolutely sensational.
Looked like he was fading, didn't it, in the latter stakes when Gonzalez caught him. This is into the final chicane. Alonso, look, he's so keen. He knows he has to get back onto the racetrack and not to hit the green. This is going on to the final lap when Aegis maybe made contact with David Alonso, and then the rematch came into the Gertema chicane on the final lap. Alonso ran the outside of Manu Gonzalez to snatch victory.
You know what? If Gonzalez had his time again, he just went too defensive. He went too defensive in that final corner. There, he almost stopped his bike there, didn't he? Into turn 10. Big moment there, wasn't there, for Alonso. Just look at this last lap. Gonzalez has the advantage, but Alonso just, with the element of surprise, just rides right around the outside of him. There's almost contact between Gonzalez and Aegis. Aegis loses the rear on that final lap. And look at this, over the line we go. Just a 1/4 of a second, splitting Alonso and Gonzalez. How close do you want it? Look at them. Three abreast on the exit of the final corner. Speedway style go back with Alonso and Aegis. Back into that victory battle. He must have thought he had the pace and the potential to win that race, but it is David Alonso. Yeah, you've won it, David. You have won it. It was brilliant. We loved it. It was an all-time Moto2 classic. One that is going to be remembered for many, many a year.
David Alonso has finally arrived in 2026. Had to wait until round 9 of the season for his first podium when he was beaten himself at the very last corner by Ivan Ortola. And generally what we find in Grand Prix motorcycle racing is when David Alonso starts winning, he doesn't stop.
They are a very knowledgeable crowd here, aren't they, in Assen? And they are on their feet. Every single person looking to get a ticket for this Grand Prix of the Netherlands. Full of appreciation, full of admiration for 3 young riders that delivered some spectacle here. A spectacular race from start to finish that had a little bit of everything. The first time lead within Alberto Ferrandez. He took the early headlines, but hogging all of the post-race headlines is the immensely likeable, the hugely popular and HRC bound in MotoGP, David Alonso. What a race. That was just absolutely take your breath away action. Let's go and get some reaction from down in pit lane with Jorge Martinez Aspar.
Jorge, that was one of the best Moto2 races we've ever seen. You've been in paddock for a long time. For David to pick up his first victory of the year in that style, just brilliant.
Yeah, incredible. I'm very, very happy with David. Since in the beginning of the session, is many problems. The Prix, the first race, and also he's very happy happy with here in Assen, in my first victory 42 years ago. It's incredible. For me, Assen is very, very special, and he's very, very happy with David, with the team. Today is win 2 victories. Now it's very special. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Yeah, congratulations to all the Aspar connections. That was the drama early on as Ethan Guevara and all that nearly launched himself to the moon on the exit of the Drew. But that was what we love motorcycle racing. That is why David Alonso has been handpicked by HRC for their factory team in MotoGP next season. Still a very positive day for Manu Gonzalez. She's in 4th place. Nowhere near the podium at the end there, unfortunately. Guevara 2.5 seconds back of Aegis. Well, that's good news because Chelsea Vietti was in the medical centre a few moments ago after his early crash at turn 10. Bruising weekend for the Italian. A heavy high side at turn 5 on Friday afternoon. Down very early on at turn 10 in that Grand Prix. A massive dent in his championship charge.
We have 5 different leaders during that Dutch TT. Ferrandez, Guevara, and spelled the lead both Holgado and Alonso led at various stages. Gonzalez, of course, led on the final lap. Regret that moment. But David Alonso, crucially, leading at the end of the last lap. Danny Holgado, one of those early leaders, along that penalty on his way to 6th place.
4th podium finish of the season then for Senna Aegis. The 2nd, 3rd place in the last 3 Grand Prix. Another fantastic day for the German-based Luca Morelli Dynamo Intact squad. So close at the end of what was. That's going to cost Sato a 3rd successive point scoring place. Alex Scrooge failed to comply with a long lap, failed to comply with a double long lap, and has failed to comply with a ride-through penalty as well. So we've got the FIFA World Cup going on right now, and penalties a go-go over in America, Mexico and Canada. And Alex Scrooge has taken 3 penalties in that Grand Prix. A shame as well for Scrooge because he was on the fringe of that battle for the top 6. It all started to unravel for the forward rider.
This was it to the final. Honestly, this isn't the final lap. This is going on to the last lap. Because of course Alonso went round the outside of Manu Gonzalez on the very last lap. That was how it all began. And it ends in the end with a brilliant podium trio. Senna just played his part, but it's 3rd for him. He's talking to Jack.
Senna, that was an unbelievable effort in those final laps to catch the leading duo, but on that final lap, those final 2 laps, could you have done anything differently to try and win that race today?
I was strong. I was really strong, but the problem is I used too many bullets to catch them. I used everything to catch back up, and when I got there, I had to attack straight away in the front tire, which was on the limit. I was really strong on the trainer directions, and I tried so hard in the last corner. And yeah, anyway, it's good. We're being so consistent at the moment, scoring great points, so we need to be happy with it. But I need to improve the first half of the race because I think that today, if I got to the front with 5 laps to go, I maybe would have made a gap. So yeah, it was a great race.
Oh, wasn't it? That was right at the top draw. One of the best Moto2 races you will ever see. And I'm sure if Manu Gonzalez had his time again, he'd just go to defense. Well, ultimately he did, because Alonso just careened around the outside of him and said, "Thank you very much." The replay of the second to last lap. Well, here he is, and he extends his lead in the Moto2 World Championship. Defeat though by a whisker at the end of the Classic here in Assen. Manu Gonzalez is with Jack.
Manu, it's another podium. You extend the lead in the World Championship after an unbelievable race. You were so defensive on that final lap. I imagined you always knew an attack was going to come. Yeah, I knew that David is really experienced in the battle coming from Moto3, so I tried to play my cards, but really I was struggling a little bit front tire in the last lap. And I had a problem also with the tear off, and I tried to take off, but it was in the middle and I was not seeing for one lap, and I lost a bit the concentration 2 laps. Of course we always want to win, everyone wants to win, but we have to be happy, we are extending the lead in every race, so let's keep pushing.
starting fast or arriving fast with the soft and medium compound on the rear tire. So we'll see the choice, the strategy on the track. I'm sure that Bezzecchi will be very strong today, and I feel he's the rider to beat, but in the end Prix are there and Ducati tries to catch them.
Last we heard, none of the front three rows were going with the soft rear. Has that now changed? Is someone gambling on the soft rear?
I think that somebody will gamble it.
Thank you, Davide.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Ducati boss Davide Tardozzi as the reigning world champion goes through all of the limbering up exercises, getting himself as loose as possible. Marc Marquez rarely in safe mode. That was the message from the number 93 coming into this Grand Prix. We do feel a pair of top six finishes for the 33-year-old Spaniard will represent a real solid weekend's work here in Assen. He's seldom wrong, is he? Davide Tardozzi, his clear pick as the favourite then for glory here in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. He said Marco Bezzecchi is the one to watch. He's the one to catch and the one to beat for Ducati.
Ducati, as mentioned earlier on, are the clear underdogs around here against the quartet of Aprilias who lock out the four places at the front of the grid. Of course, Aprilia have at times this year got in their own way when they've had the kind of package that could have challenged victory. Of course, the start of the race in Hungary when Martin wiped out both Bezzecchi and Raul Fernandez. Martin and Fernandez tripped over each other in Barcelona as well early in the year. But this, surely the biggest of opportunities for Aprilia to score some big old points.
3 Grand Prix off the front row in his career, Marc Marquez. You feel like this is going to be a big task. I don't think there's been a second of this weekend from the very first lap on Friday where Marc Marquez has given himself any kind of a chance of disrupting the Aprilias here. He's always felt like this is going to be one of Aprilia's real strongholds, one of their key Grand Prix. That has been proven so far, with Aprilia leading all practice sessions, the morning warm-up, pole position, first and second in the sprint. I mean, you feel like this is Aprilia's race to lose. I think marking top six would be a brilliant result for Marc, particularly in terms of champion, particularly when you feel what's coming up next in the Sachsenring. He said recently, didn't he, after the double winning Balaton in particular, doesn't feel like physically he's going to be engaging full Marc Marquez attack mode until he gets to Germany. And the problem is when he does unleash Marc Marquez full attack mode, well, we know what a potent threat that means he's about to become.
Especially around somewhere like the Sachsenring, which pretty much is taken as read that he's going to win there, which just underlines why Aprilia need to punish him hard this weekend when Marc Marquez is slightly riding within himself. All four Aprilias on the front row and a bit. 1, 2, 3 and 4 on the grid. Can they convert that into Sunday success?
The grid starts to clear. Who is going to get that clear run down to the first corner? 4 Aprilias inside the top 4 on the grid. Front row then. Marco Bezzecchi, the world champion leader, starts in P3. Ayagura, back-to-back front row starts for the Japanese rider and back-to-back sprint podiums. But for the first time on the factory Aprilia, it is Jorge Martin, the 2024 MotoGP world champion, that leads the field away here in the Netherlands. Cathedral of Speed welcomes the world's fastest riders. It's the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. It has already been a fantastic weekend in Chapter 10 of this year's MotoGP World Championship. for Aprilia. Jorge Martin about to start his first Grand Prix on the RSGP from pole position. Aprilia for just the second time. That front row in third place, looking to bounce back from a disastrous Renault Grand Prix in Czechia last weekend. And for the first time in Grand Prix history, the MotoGP race will start with 4 Aprilias leading the field away. Coming up next then live, 26 laps of one of the most hallowed piece of tarmac in history. 4.54 kilometres is the challenge facing the world's most talented riders. It's the Circuit Assen. Australia, Phillip Island was the last, well, what a weekend that was. For Aprilia and for Martin in France. He's second in the World Championship. He's 9 points behind Marco Bezzecchi in the standings. Is he going to be the rider to stop Ducati's Grand Prix domination here in the Netherlands? Raul Fernandez ended Ducati's undefeated run in sprints here yesterday. Ducati have won the last 4 Grand Prix. Fabio Quartararo on the factory Yamaha. The year he went on to win the World Championship back in 2021 was the last time Ducati were beaten here in Assen on Sundays.
The very latest time information has just dropped from Michelin. There are 5 riders on the grid of the 22 starting who have gone for the soft rear tyre. They are Alex Marquez and the 4 Hondas.
Joan Mir made the soft rear tyre work brilliantly for him last time out in Brno. Took what was a very rare top 6 for the 28-year-old Spaniard. Through the smoke haze, through the flares come the top riders. Nearly 200,000 fans have come to enjoy MotoGP in Assen this weekend. It is the 9th year in a row that our Sunday crowd has beaten 100,000, despite the fact we've been in the middle of a European heatwave. It has been super hot, the Aprilia is super fast. But who is going to prevail in the most important part of the weekend? Green flag clears at the back in front of a massive crowd here. Then in Assen, it's lights out, and we're racing in MotoGP here in the Netherlands. Jorge Martin has made a perfect start from that pole position, but It has been electric away from the line as well. Look at Marco Bezzecchi, a little bit slow to react on the brakes into the first corner. Raul Fernandez is going to pick off Bez into turn 2. Martin does lead. It's the Aprilia 1, 2, 3, 4. There's Martin in the front.
And the 2 factory Ducatis are next. It's Marc Marquez up the inside of Pecco Bagnaia. Fabio Quartararo is getting bold on the inside of turn 1. He's behind the Ducatis in 7.
So once again, trying to go the long way around the outside of Bezzecchi there. Here's Bagnaia, his future teammate, loose on the rear tyre as he squeezed the power on. What's Pecco Bagnaia? That's going to allow Marc Marquez to go side by side on the factory Ducati. So Marc Marquez now does wrestle that P5 away.
So once again, like in the sprint yesterday, Bezzecchi with work to do with the clear pace he's got. And he is the 4th on track of the 4 Aprilias. Bagnaia looking up the inside, but the door slammed in his face by his teammate.
Red on red at Steckerbar there as they come through the smoke haze. Pedro Acosta trying to line him move on the inside of Quartararo into turn 9. That's a battle for 7th place.
Diogo Moreira's had some sort of issue on the first lap. He's at the back of the field, but Marc Marquez certainly isn't in safe mode here. He's attacking Marco Bezzecchi.
Yeah, Marco Bezzecchi. You can see that Agura and Martin break later than him and that run down to the first corner. He's been picked off then now by the 93. Joan Mir, oh dear me, Joan Mir then has not even completed a single race lap here this weekend. He was out on the first lap of the sprint yesterday at turn 4. He's gone 6 corners further around this time around. That's Fernandez through on Agura. That's beautiful by Fernandez. Trackhouse on Trackhouse. Fernandez up in the 2nd place. Perfect first lap though for Martin from pole. He leads by 6/10.
Bezzecchi's under pressure again as Fernandez and Agura go side by side again. Agura retakes it. And look at Marc Marquez stepping on opportunity to take 2nd place.
Oh, shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow go the Trackhouse Aprilias And this intense battle behind Martin is seeing the 2024 World Champ streak away somehow. Marc Marquez now up in the second place, albeit briefly, as Fernandez retaliates. I mean, this is a gift, the mother of all gifts for Martin.
Yeah, the first sector, Martin's lead is 1.5 seconds. Already look at Marc Marquez once again behind Ralph Fernandez in safe mode until the visor goes down.
Safe mode. He doesn't have a safe mode, does he, Marc Marquez? He's been playing some serious mind games all weekend, hasn't he, this weekend? He came into this Grand Prix saying, well, if Marco Bezzecchi doesn't take 37 points, it's been a poor weekend for him. It's certainly been a poor start to this Grand Prix for the World Championship leader. He's in 4th place.
Yes, the big loser out of all that melee was clearly Ida Gura, who was attacking Ralph Fernandez into turn 1 for second, came out of it all in 6th place. Both Marc Marquez, Pecco Bagnaia and crucially Bezzecchi all passed Agura. Bezzecchi runs 4th in between the factory Ducatis.
Yeah, Fernandez and Agura were swapping the same paint in turns 1 and 2. Agura then in at almost 200 kilometers an hour, and Marco Bezzecchi was a huge crash for Marco Bezzecchi, who has lost the front of the factory Aprilia and is going to lose the lead in the World Championship.
He was trying to line up a move, I think, on Marc Marquez. So keen he was to try and make up the ground that he'd lost on the first lap. That is as fast as it gets around this TT Circuit Assen. Our hope is that Marco Bezzecchi is okay, but his World Championship lead looks like it has disappeared out of the window.
Yeah. First and foremost, let's hope that Marco Bezzecchi is okay, because that was a real scary crash. One of the fastest crashes you can have on the Grand Prix calendar here, as you sweep through the 4th gear left-hander at Ramshoek. That was a scary one. Turn 15 then has taken Marco Bezzecchi out of this Grand Prix. He has taken the World Championship lead away from Marco Bezzecchi. Oh, dearie me. He crashed out the first corner, didn't he? After the Jorge Martin aggression at Balaton. He wasn't even able to fight for a point last time out in Renault. This is now...
Bagnaia, who isn't making the kind of progress we thought he'd make in those early stages. In terms of the World Championship, one rider who is struggling here, who's still in the race, is Fabio Di Gianantonio. Look at him at the top of the picture, detached already from this leading group. Diggi is only down in 7th place.
Brilliant early pace, this by Martin and Fernandez. The two Spaniards are the fastest riders on the circuit by a mile. They're both the only riders in the 32s. That's the best possible news. Marco Bezzecchi is being taken to medical centre. He has been reported conscious, because that was big crash for Marco Bezzecchi, whose world title challenge is just starting to unravel a little bit, isn't it, as we approach the midway point of the season of 2026, which started so brilliantly with 5 successive top 2s, 3 successive victories in the first 3 Grand Prix, but that was big. That has to be right up there, one of the biggest crashes that Bez has had in his Grand Prix career. So thankful to see that he's just taking the time just to compose himself, because that was an awful crash for the now former World Championship leader.
Yeah, as it stands at the moment, he does lead the World Championship, of course, the star race 9 points. Martin hasn't seen the checkered flag yet, but he has got a golden opportunity here to seize the lead of the World Championship, and to some tune as well. If he can win this Grand Prix, Martin, he'd be 16 points ahead of Marco Bezzecchi, but Ralph Fernandez is catching him quickly.
Could he? He took the number 1 plate from Ducati to Aprilia. He could take the number 1 plate from Aprilia to Yamaha next year. That seems like destination 2027 for Jorge Martin, occupying his mind right now, though, his destination top step of the podium. Ralph Fernandez, though, has got some serious early pace here. A 1:32.534 is the best lap of this Grand Prix so far. That was 3/10 faster than Martin directly ahead of him. Well, the dream double is definitely on, isn't it, for Ralph Fernandez?
There's a queue forming up here behind Marc Marquez, who I don't think could have dreamed he'd be in 3rd place at this stage of the race. And Marc will also surely be well aware that Marco Bezzecchi is out of this Grand Prix, and a real incentive for Marc here to try and score as many points as he can. Of course, Marc is 42 behind the start of the race. That would be 26 if he put the flag out now.
Yeah, there is Marc Marquez, then he's got Agura and Acosta for company. Nothing going at all, is there, for Pecco Bagnaia? He's been really disappointing and frustrating at the start of this Grand Prix. He's had the 3 seconds back.
Pedro Acosta, who was in the 32s, the only rider, along with the top two, who is in the 132s at this stage, is Pedro Acosta. Paul Travathan said on the grid, hopefully we can hang on for dear life with the leading group. He's doing more than that at the moment.
So Marco Bezzecchi down and out of this Grand Prix of the Netherlands. It's his teammate Jorge Martin that is trying to take just his second Aprilia victory. Here comes Agura on the inside of Marc Marquez. That's a lovely, lovely move there on the brakes into turn 16 from Agura. So then once again, just like we had in Le Mans, it's an Aprilia 1-2-3.
Yeah, it will feel all a little bit bittersweet for them at the moment, given what happened to Marco Bezzecchi, but Agura has the horse already bolted though in terms of Agura winning this Grand Prix, because he is 2.5 seconds adrift of the leading pair, who are still lapping in the 32s.
Yeah, Fernandez is really piling the pressure on Martin right now, as Acosta's going to fire on the inside of his future factory Ducati teammate Marc Marquez. Into the Struben we go, turn 5, as Acosta got the acceleration nailed on. He certainly has. So the KTM rider doing another awesome job, isn't he, Acosta? But you just knew that was going to happen. If you pass Marc Marquez, you better make sure you make it stick and dart away from him quickly, because you just know exactly what's coming at the very next corner. Acosta got passed by the 93.
And Marc Marquez has some assistance coming. Not that Pecco Bagnaia is doing this to help Marc Marquez, but he is now closing on this battle too. The 63 finally getting up to speed in this Grand Prix. His personal best on the last lap was a 33.0. He's the fastest rider outside the top two now.
We've seen some top battles already this year, haven't we, between Marquez and Acosta. Your mind goes back to our first sprint of the season in Buram. They had an epic fight, didn't they? Mid-race, fully win at Balaton Park in Hungary. Marc Marquez just trying to make sure that, hey, I'm still the boss in that factory Ducati team, as Raul Fernandez is motoring towards Jorge Martin here at the front of this Grand Prix of the Netherlands. Into the chicane we go. Well, Raul Fernandez, his pace at the moment is just unmatched. It is unrivaled. There's nothing that Martin can do about this. He's trying to dig as deep as he possibly can. He's keeping himself in the 132s, this Jorge, which is very, very impressive pace, as Acosta back on the inside of Marc Marquez into the first corner. What a battle this is at the moment between the two current factory Ducati riders and one incoming, with Pedro Acosta getting the better of it right now. Fernandez then, once again swarming all over the rear tyre of Jorge Martin. He's got the better pace, Lewis. It's just a matter of when he decides is the moment.
He doesn't need to rush this. We're only on lap 7 of 26. If Fernandez feels he's got the pace to pass and pull away from Jorge Martin, then maybe he will attack in the very near future. If not, he's got 20 laps to try and figure this one out. Agura, having cleared that pack behind, has now got the same sort of pace as the two ahead of him. He's doing 32.7 to immediately set his personal best. The horse might well have already bolted.
Cal Crutchlow has pitted on the LCR Honda as we pick up our top two then, going through turn 9 at the bolt.
Looking at our timings, Marc Marquez is now being displayed on the phone screens as having the soft rear tyre fitted on his factory Ducati, so that might also explain why he was so racy in the early stages of this race. So we heard from Davide Tardozzi on the grid. He said someone on the front 3 or 4 rows might gamble. It appears as if it might be his own world champion.
Shot that was, the curb cap at turn 12, they're powering through there over 200 kilometers an hour in 5th gear. Just gives me an indication of just the speeds involved around this super fast Assen. There was a moment there, wasn't it, for Fernandez? He almost cleaned out the front there, going into that timber chicane. Just a bit of smoke there, we almost see some flares, some smoke still leaking from the flares. As once again, well, this is a taste of what is to come, isn't it? Marc Marquez back on the inside of Acosta into the first corner.
Yeah, this is how hard you're going to have to work to overtake me next year. Of course, it's hard enough at the moment for Pedro Acosta on board the KTM to battle with Marc Marquez, but you know that Pedro Acosta is not going to take a backward step, but clearly neither is Marc.
Fabio Di Antonio is still stuck in 7th place. He's just under 9/10 of a second back of Bagnaia, who's keeping himself inside the top 6, keeping himself very interested about the Acosta-Marquez battle that's unfolding directly in his eye line. Keep a Close eye on Jorge Martin's progress in the top left-hand corner of your screens. He is still the race leader. You can see the impact of that mistake that Fernandez made going into the chicane on the last lap. He lost a 2 or 3 tenths, did Fernandez.
Yeah, we have had confirmation from Michelin that Marc Marquez did make that late switch from the medium rear to the soft rear tyre. So we'll see how that impacts on Marc Marquez the longer this race goes on.
His brother Alex is doing an absolute stellar job further down the back end of the top 10. Alex had a massive crash on that change direction through 10 and 11. Big high side, really battered this cage. He is nowhere near 100% at his physical best, but he's keeping himself inside that top 10. He's only 3 tenths of a second at the moment behind Gian Antonio.
Gian Antonio is slowly starting to move towards this battle that we're watching as Agura sets the fastest lap of the Grand Prix on a 32.4. Martino only a tenth slower than that on a 32.5, and Acosta just lunging up the inside of Marc Marquez. He knew that wasn't going to stop, but he just had to go for it.
Yeah, he just let the brake off there and had the inside. Like Mark knew, if you're going to pass me on the inside, mate, you're braking way too late. You're going to run off the circuit. So Mark just on the cut back there. Acosta, what he's doing on that KTM, I don't think anybody else currently on planet Earth will get anywhere near to doing. He is riding the wheels off that RC16 right now, isn't he?
I don't think Acosta would sleep at night if he didn't have a go at Marc Marquez, but what it's done is it's cost him a place to the other factory Ducati, Bagnaia, with a lovely run there through 7. Once again, he's having a look into 8, but once again, Marc Marquez says, you're not going to pass me that easily, even if you are my teammate.
The problem is, Pecco Bagnaia, you might have good late race pace in this Grand Prix, but he's let the Aprilias check out ahead of him. I mean, he's stuck at the moment behind Marc Marquez, which is pretty much the same story of the sprint yesterday for much of it. Agura is a couple of seconds up the road, so it does look like, unless any Aprilia own goals come the way, that Pecco Bagnaia, fourth might be his race run.
We have seen one Aprilia own goal already, just joining us a high-speed crash at the early stage on lap 2 for Marco Bezzecchi when he was running in 5th place as they almost go 3 wide there into the Timber chicane. It's Marc Marquez, of course, the 7-time MotoGP World Champion. Pecco Bagnaia, the 2-time MotoGP World Champion. The factory Ducati team would have expected this dream team to be battling for victories, but with Aprilia's strength today, the best they can hope for at the moment is 4th place.
Trackhouse tearing up Assen once again. Fernandez and Agura are the only 2 riders that are keeping themselves in those 32s, which is much faster than Jorge Martin ahead. The problem for Fernandez is he just can't get close enough to have a little strike, have a little bit of a dig at Martin in the lead of this Grand Prix.
The worry for Marc Marquez here is the pace he's setting on a 33.7, and some yellows have come out behind him on the racetrack, is that he's backing not only his teammate in Acosta, but they've been caught now by Gian Antonio, by Alex Marquez, and Bastianini's also now starting to close in on that group further back, as Frankie Morbidelli is the rider who crashed out at top. But Bagnaia does make the move, and given the pace that Marc Marquez was setting, he had to make that move.
Morbidelli's an absolute stinker of a weekend here, hasn't he? An absolute stinker, no question about that. Toprak Vazgatlioglu just set his best lap of the Grand Prix. He's right in the hunt for honours for top Yamaha. He's having a pretty good battle at the moment with Fabio Quartararo. Toprak is currently in 11th place. So Frankie Morbidelli was down the sprint yesterday at turn 3. This time around it's turn 4, which has caught the Italian out. Now already Bagnaia is starting to stretch away from the Marquez Acosta squabble.
Fabio Gian Antonio is coming to join that particular squabble. Of course, Ditia with a chance to gain some big points with Bezzecchi out of the action. Of course, the World Championship lead on course to change hands at the moment to Jorge Martin, who exchanges 32.8 with Ralph Fernandez. Agura is just steadily chipping away at the gap between himself and the top 2. It could yet still be a 3 Aprilia battle at the front.
As soon as Bagnaia got clear over ahead of him, he sets his best lap of the Grand Prix. The problem was he just took too long, stuck behind initially Acosta and Marc Marquez, and then got to head of the pair of them immediately. As soon as he got through, he was able to drop himself pretty close to the 32s. Trouble is, Agura is 3.8 seconds up the road. Jorge Martin, the leader, over 5 seconds up the road.
Bagnaia is going to need more Aprilia problems if he's going to extend his recent podium run. Gian Antonio then runs 7. He did a 33.1 last time around. That was another 4 tenths quicker than Marc Marquez, who did at least up his pace slightly to a 33.4. But Marc Marquez is slower at the moment than the next 6 or 7 riders immediately behind him.
Fingers in ears for Maverick Vinales fans. He's 2 seconds off the pace at the moment. 10 laps completed. Maverick Vinales 20 seconds behind your race leader, Martin. He's been making some rather barbed comments towards KTM and the way they're treating a potential renewal of his contract with Tech3 and KTM in 2027. At the moment, piling on the misery for the top gun. He's down in 17th place and 2 seconds off the pace. And this is one of Maverick Vinales' favourite tracks, isn't it, Assen?
KTM, of course, not working as well as it has at other circuits on the calendar, but it's not going badly with Bastianini up in 9th, and of course Acosta in that battle with the factory Ducatis up ahead. There's Bagnaia, and now Marc Marquez actually have now set personal best. They're now into the 132s and matching the pace of the leaders. So Marc Marquez is now starting to get up to speed after struggling, it would appear, for pace, slapping in the mid-33s for the last 4 or 5 laps.
Keeping a close eye on Bastianini at the moment because he's just done a 32.8. He's just at the back of this group, right on the tyre of Alex Marquez and Gian Antonio. We know how good an air is at keeping grip underneath him for the crucial final laps. Martin then, that gap between himself and Fernandez has not really come down to under 0.3 of a second, has it? I just wonder whether the back of Ralph Fernandez's mind at the moment is doesn't want to get too close to the rear tyre Martin with front tyre temperature and pressure issues just to occupy his mind. He might just sense that, okay, well, let's just play the patient game, let's just play the long game, let's play the waiting game. I feel like I've got the pace to lead, but we need to pick the optimal moment.
He knows full well what is on the line for Aprilia collectively. This is what it looked like from on board Marc Marquez from the 3rd row of the grid in 7th place. Bezzecchi was battling up ahead with the 2nd of the Trackhouse Aprilias there, of what at that stage was Ralph Fernandez, and Marc Marquez trying to pick his way through. Of course, he did ultimately pass Bezzecchi before the end of that first lap.
Rapid then, north 0 to 100 kilometres an hour, well, razor sharp off the line was Marc Marquez. You can clearly see there from the onboard, spotted it on the outside as well. Aguirre and Martin just break that a little bit later than Marco Bezzecchi in the first corner. That's what saw him get swallowed up early on. And as he was in recovery mode, it's what led to the mistake, which potentially is going to cost him the lead in the World Championship this year. Oh no.
Well,
is that Acosta?
Another Pedro Acosta, KTM top row. I'm afraid this is not a replay.
No.
Something on his hands.
Well, what's going on here?
To be spat onto his hand by the looks of it.
Paul Travatton, his crew chief, looks on, scratches the beard there, does Travatton. Well, Pedro Acosta. Your heart goes out to the 22-year-old Spaniard, doesn't it? I mean, how many more times have we got to say? I mean, he was really angry yesterday with a couple of technical issues that stopped him having any kind of really good prep for the sprint. Unacceptable was some of the words that were coming out of his mouth. Pedro Acosta's going to need about a 3-mile exclusion zone around him when he gets back to that garage, because I mean, that is, if it is indeed technical, which it looks like it may have been, that is super cool in the extreme.
It adds to a very long list, unfortunately, in recent laps. Pedro Acosta, just look at the World Championship points that it's costing him. Of course, coming into this weekend, or coming into today, he was 53 points off the World Championship lead, having lost a handful in recent weekends due to a variety of problems. So Pedro Acosta, rightly, he could feel it's costing him a shot at the World Championship at the moment, these problems.
He does not deserve that. He does not deserve that. He is clearly, by a mile, the standout rider that KTM have on their books right now. You only have to look at where some of the other KTMs have been finishing behind Pedro Acosta in the first part of this season. That is a tough pill for Acosta to swallow once again. Toprak Razgatlioglu's going the wrong way as well in this Grand Prix. In fact, he's heading to bits. I was about to say Razgatlioglu's name is tumbling down the order. He got himself up as high as 11th. He was right on the back wheel of Fabio Quartararo, but the Turk bits, and so too does Pedro Acosta.
Steer well clear of him when he jumps up that KTM and the iron bike when he comes down now.
What is going to happen right now? Let's have a listen. Well, you can hear he asked for the power, didn't he, out of the first corner, and there was nothing there. There was nothing there.
Pushing away, of course, shaking his hand there.
Or has he got arm pump? He might have arm pump, you know. I think he's got arm pump.
We're only half distance, aren't we, in the Grand Prix? It would be astonishing for Pedro Acosta if that is indeed the issue. Whatever it is, whether it's physical or mechanical, Pedro Acosta is out of this Grand Prix. And Top Pro has got to
race day
on the exact same lap. So we'll wait to hear from Pedro Acosta later on as to what the issues are. But Pedro, once again, leaves the weekend with, well, 1 point yesterday from the sprint. That's 1 point in 2 weekends for him.
The way he was shaking that arm out there, the way he was sort of clenching the fist, that looks like it might be an arm pump issue. That has hit Pedro Acosta. You know where Jack is right now. He's been parked right outside that factory KTM garage, trying to find out exactly what has happened. So maybe it's more physical than technical. We'll find out very, very shortly, I'm sure, as we look then. Oh, that
Bagnaya's got a problem
with Pecco Bagnaia. Now Pecco Bagnaia Ducati has gone kaput. Well, this is turning into a race of survival, isn't it, here in Assen? Marco Bezzecchi tumbling out of the high-speed turn 15 early in the Grand Prix. I mean, Bagnaia is touring. Pecco Bagnaia is cruising.
Bagnaia was running in 4th place, so boy, has this released some of the pressure off Marc Marquez's shoulders. The two riders, well, the rider immediately ahead of him and the rider right behind him, both out of the action on consecutive laps.
I mean, Bagnaia there was being aggressive on the brakes down that straight. I mean, it doesn't look like there's any kind of issue with the rear IDOT device when he was trying to get it disengaged. You can see him grab a handful of brake. Back at the front there, it's your all Aprilia top 3. And so much drama unfolding behind that trio of Aprilias. Toprak Razgatlioglu, when he was running in a very strong 11th place. That was actually Max his best MotoGP finish for the World Superbike champion. Now then, Ayagura, I mean, he has got, look at this, Agura's got ample time, hasn't he now? As Pecco Bagnaia is about to drop out of the point scoring places. Agura, 1:32.483, fastest lap of the Grand Prix so far from the Japanese rider. 22 years since a Japanese rider won in MotoGP. We thought that might come to an end last weekend, the Grand Prix of Czechia. Marc Marquez had other ideas. As Agura goes wide there, he was right out on the marbles, wasn't he? Going through. What's happened to Agura? Agura looks like he's got a problem.
What else can happen in this Grand Prix? He's lost a lot of time, hasn't he, to the two immediately ahead of him. How moments having set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. We'll keep an eye on him for that. He's shaking.
I think his
leaf,
ride-out device is stuck. I think the ride-out device maybe, because you saw him try and grab a hand, squeeze the brakes really aggressively into turn 5. Well, Ayagura was going to be on the podium in Austin when his Aprilia gave him the ghost. Let's keep a close eye on Ayagura. Has he been able to disengage that rear-right device? Was that the issue? Clearly, though, he's just at the fastest lap of the race. I mean, this is turning into a race survival. This is a race of attrition, isn't it? Bagnaia then has to pit. Razgatlioglu's pitted. Pedro Acosta has pitted. Frankie Morbidelli and Joan Mir and Marco Bezzecchi have crashed out.
Well, through the second sector, Agura has matched the top two. Through the third sector, he's actually been slightly faster than Marc Fernandez. So whatever was inconveniencing him in the first part of this lap, it would appear to have resolved itself now for Ayagura.
Wow. Well, you just cannot take your eyes off this battle here at Assen, can you? It's going to be fascinating to find out what happened there to Agura. Did he just have a momentary issue with something like the ride-hard device? It just looked like he was wide going through 4, and then you could see how aggressive he was on the brakes going into 5. Yeah, we are being told, yeah, the rear device was stuck. So Ayagura, I mean, let's hope that's not going to ultimately cost him the chance to fight for the victory. Right here, I saw it. He grabbed a handful of weight. The rear tyre was almost in the air because he was desperately trying to disengage the device.
For a full lap, we understand, practically. Agura had the
this way went wide.
Down. Look, you can see the sparks coming as the bike is rubbing along the ground there. Right, you can see it there again as he's leaned over into turn 3. He actually did quite well there, you have to say, to only lose half a second to the race leader Jorge Martin on that lap.
And the good news for Agura is it actually disengaged. I mean, if he was stuck down, that was it, game over. I mean, it'd be all on to try and finish the Grand Prix, let alone keep himself anywhere near the podium places.
Yeah, he's rampaging back towards the top 2 again. Look at him at the top of the picture. Started this lap 1.1 seconds nearly behind Jorge Martin. It's already, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, he's within 6 tenths of the race leader. Either side of that ride-out device problem, I think we might be about to see consecutive fastest laps here from Ayagura.
Well, what a day we've had here in Assen, in Moto3 and in Moto2. And we've had some show, haven't we, building up towards the twinning finale here in MotoGP. Look at the corner speed that Fernandez got through 15, and that has set himself up beautifully. That all came through 15. What a move that is by Ralph Fernandez. Martin could be losing second here as well. Agura's surely going to attack him on the brakes into the first corner. He does so indeed. So a painful 4 corners that for Martin. As he started the final section on that last lap leading, he starts now this lap 18 to 26 back in 3rd place. We are on course for what is going to be dreamland, a fairy tale weekend for Trackhouse Aprilia. Oh, they were on cloud 9 yesterday when they did the 1-2 in the sprint. They are now 1-2 in this Grand Prix.
What we don't know though is which order they will be in, whether it will be Fernandez from Agura or Agura from Fernandez. Agura got straight back into the mid 132s at the moment, a 32.5 for Agura on that lap, and it's some good news at least. The first good news of the afternoon for Marco Bezzecchi at the moment, because Martin in the space of 2 corners lost 9 points there.
We haven't had much time, not much room to breathe in this Grand Prix. Let's go down to Jack for a Pedro Acosta update.
Yeah, relief for KTM. It was not a technical problem that has meant that Pedro Acosta pulled into the pits. Some kind of issue with his right arm and hands. The physio, the medical staff, just looking at Pedro at the moment. But after a disastrous weekend, it was not a 3rd technical issue that forced Pedro to withdraw.
Well, we'll take it all back on KTM, but Pedro Acosta then, yeah, it is physical and not technical. It's a really, really demanding physical track, this Assen circuit. I remember Fabio Quartararo back in the day having a real major arm pump issue here in the early part of his MotoGP career. There's so much on-off throttle, so much braking, heavy braking, and so much change direction. It really, really is a demanding circuit. 18 corners crammed into a 4.5-kilometre layout. Agura then now is 3/10 of a second behind Fernandez. It looks like we are going to get a fully lockout of the top 3 once again, but who is going to be best of the rest? Right now it's still Marquez.
And he's doing 32s at the moment himself. In fact, he was the fastest rider on track on the last lap was Marc Marquez on a 1:32.879. So no sign at the moment of that soft rear tyre beginning to fade. Pecco Bagnaia is sitting out of the Grand Prix, we understand, due to brake issues.
Yeah, saw him going down the back straight. He was trying to force the brake right here when he was cruising at that point. Brad Binder has got a track him this morning. Maverick Vinales is up to in the 13th place ahead of Jack Miller. Alex Rins just set his personal best lap of the Grand Prix, which has Scott Rins inside the top 10. Fabio Quartararo is the top Yamaha, running in 8th place, but over 13 seconds behind right now of Ralph Fernandez. Ralph Fernandez, he has never had a MotoGP win double. Agura has never had a MotoGP victory. There's a lot at stake here. Bragging rights, a lot more for Trackhouse Aprilia.
Last year, Agura ran out of time to chase down Marc Marquez, who rode out of his skin to stop Agura taking his maiden MotoGP victory. You feel like Ralph Fernandez is going to have to ride out of his skin in the remaining 7.25 laps to hold off Agura. Martin is just about clinging on to the Trackhouse pair up ahead in this all-Aprilia podium, but we don't yet know which order they're going to finish it.
Makoto Tamada is home racing Motegi, the Japanese Grand Prix in 2004. 22 years since a Japanese rider won in the top class. Looks like Jorge Martin just has not got the pace to go with the Trackhouse duo ahead of him. At least the factory Aprilia team look like they're going to salvage a podium, and one of their riders will still be at the top of the MotoGP World Championship, but it will not be Marco Bezzecchi if it all plays out as it stands right now.
Ralph Fernandez with 25 points, he would close to within 43 of Bezzecchi. Of course, Bezzecchi would lose the World Championship lead today, but Agura can win this Grand Prix. He should be 18 points behind Bez, and would be right on the shoulder too of Jorge Martin, with 4 Aprilia riders potentially fighting for the World Championship, not just the 2 from their factory team. But Agura has no thoughts of the long-term picture at the moment. He wants a first win.
He leads. This is the second time then in a week that Agura has led a Grand Prix. Did the front running very early on in the Grand Prix of Czechia, and Agura now, is this his moment? Is this his time? How's your heart rate, Davide Brivio? How's your heart rate, Justin Parks, watching your home back in California? Because Agura, look at that straight away, he has taken a massive chunk of time out of Ralph Fernandez. Agura then leads here in Assen. He's got just over 6 laps remaining between himself and a first Japanese win in over 2 long decades.
To attack as early as that, he clearly felt he had the pace to pass and pull away. Fabio Di Giannantonio is going to force it on the inside of Marc Marquez, who goes across the gravel track. We've seen him and others across that gravel track before in the final chicane. Fabio Di Giannantonio riding for VR46, of course, as he takes 4th place.
Assen 2015, anybody? Marc Marquez versus Valentino Rossi. So that has now dropped Marc behind front of Alex.
Yeah, just to lose a second, of course.
Alex Marquez is just, I mean, whatever painkillers Alex is taking, I think we might all need the adrenaline. As you can see there, Marc Marquez just rolling the throttle as he ploughs through the gravel trap at the Timber chicane.
Good look over to his right-hand side there. It might not be easy to see from this shot as to whether Di Giannantonio keeps us on the track. No, Di Giannantonio goes across the blue as well on the chicane, so I'm pretty sure he's also got to drop a second, because that is a shortcut.
Well, this one looks like it might be over as a contest, because having hit the front, Ayagura already is over a quarter of a second clear of Fernandez. FIM MotoGP stewards are going to be busy right now, aren't they? The pencil's getting sharpened once again as Di Giannantonio then goes through turn 9 to bolt. Here he is now then going through 10. Alex Marquez, this I'm just about to mention, what a ride. He's got barely any... Well, you just know that he is not going to give up this fight for 6th place without an almighty fight, is he? We're going now through the left-hander of turn 9.
The other good news about Marquez here, as Bastianini goes wide there, that might help him. If Bastianini doesn't stay on the racetrack through the bolt, is that he's got a huge gap behind him of 6.5 seconds up to Quartararo, but Marc Marquez is thinking about it. He's ahead of him. Bastianini elbowed out of the way.
Get out of my way now, because I'm coming through, mate. Aggressive. Ultra aggressive by the 93. He knows that every single World Championship point is vital. Even at this early stage, he would have known that Marco Bezzecchi is out of contention. At the front, Ayagura now leads this Grand Prix by over a second. He's just that little bit quicker at this late stage, isn't he? 132.7 from Ayagura, 132.9 from Fernandez and Martin directly behind him. Alex Marquez has just done a 132.749 on 22-lap-old Michelin tyres. He's got the software tyres as well as Alex. How on earth is he doing this kind of pace with the software tyre, and given how much he is beaten up here after that massive crash on Friday?
He's going with Di Giannantonio at the moment, as they have both dropped this Marquez-Bastianini battle, 6th and 7th, so Marc better hope he doesn't get along that penalty for a shortcut, because that'll certainly drop him behind Bastianini. I'd be fairly confident Marc Marquez did drop the required time for going through the chicane. I don't think for 1 second Fabio Di Giannantonio did.
I mean, if they were giving out trophies for heroics here in Assen, well, Alex Marquez would be at the front of that queue. He is just riding quite brilliantly. He's going to be hurting. He's going to be feeling it both mentally and physically right now. This is going to have felt like a very, very long 22.5 laps.
1 lap penalty for Fabio Di Giannantonio. It's on your screens, left-hand side of your screens. He did not lose the time. Didn't look like he remotely even attempted to lose time by taking that shortcut at the final chicane. So it's crucial now for...
Is the reason why then the tap on Marc's right shoulder, and then going through the blue and over the green. That is clearly a track limits infringement then from Fabio Di Giannantonio. He must have known that himself as he went ploughing through the curve, the green, and then the blue paint. So Fabio Di Giannantonio with a long lap penalty. It's getting better and better, isn't it, for Alex Marquez? He takes his punishment immediately, and that puts Alex Marquez then into a truly remarkable fourth place here.
So where does he filter out relative to Marc Marquez? Right alongside him is the answer, and Enea Bastianini, so after all that hard work, there's the irony. He serves the penalty, and he's right back where he started, behind Marc Marquez.
Ralph Fernandez and Jorge Martin have had nothing for Ayagura. Ayagura then now, it is just a test of his focus, a test of his concentration. There's normally ice running through the veins of Ayagura, but he's never been in this situation before. He's led MotoGP races briefly for the first time last weekend in Brno. He's led Moto3, he's led Moto2, he's a Moto2 world champion, but this is going to be one of the biggest days of Ayagura's Grand Prix career. He seldom cracks, he seldom buckles. He is, 2.5 laps away from a monumental victory here in Assen.
Of course, we talked already this weekend about the World Championship and how many potential challenges there are in this World Championship if he closes this out over the remaining 2 laps. Davide Brivio speaking about going under the radar this weekend. The radar will have a giant 79 on it.
He's in the game, absolutely no doubt about that. Ayagura is going to be somebody that these top riders are going to have to look at as a serious title threat. Over the line we go then. This is now a battle for 5th place, with Di Giannantonio lost the 2 spots as he went for his long lap excursion in the Netherlands sunshine.
I did wonder whether he could wait a couple of laps and try and build a gap before he served that long lap penalty, but the problem he would have had with that is that Marc Marquez himself is lapping in the 32s now. Di Giannantonio, after what was a bold and almost brutal move from Marc Marquez into the chicane, it's going to take something similar now in the final 2 laps for him to at least salvage 5th.
Still with plenty of drive grip, still with plenty of acceleration grip on that well-worn soft rear tyre, wasn't it, Marc Marquez? In fact, he got a better punch out of turn 5 than Fabio Di Giannantonio, didn't he? Awesome riding up once again from the reigning world champion, who is starting to close back in on Alex Marquez, who is just now riding on pure adrenaline. Alex is just praying to see the checkered flag. I mean, he must be now absolutely destroyed. He must be absolutely shattered. Yeah, he is. He has dropped back into the clutches here of Marc and Fabio Di Giannantonio.
Marc Marquez could get so unbelievably salvage at 4th place from this Grand Prix. A lap and a half to go as they now come through turn 12. Jorge Martin crashed there earlier in the weekend. Marc Marquez is in a sandwich, he's in between Alex Marquez, 4th place if he can pass his brother.
The way then for Ayagura, as you can see in the top left hand corner of your screen, just Fabio Di Giannantonio does it again. This time around,
on the track,
he does keep it between the... He is now less than 4 kilometres away from ending Japan's long run without a MotoGP winner. Makoto Tamada at Motegi back in 2004. 22 years ago, Ayagura was 3 years old when a Japanese rider last won in MotoGP. Japanese fans watching back at home into Sunday night, well, I hope you're enjoying this experience, because your long wait is about to be finally ended by your new hero, Ayagura.
Ralph Fernandez has settled for 2nd place. Jorge Martin looks like he's also settled for 3rd place. Fabio Di Giannantonio, here we now are looking at the battle for 4th place. He might still get back to the 4th place he was in before his penalty.
Yeah, this is brilliant. What a recovery this has been from Fabio Di Giannantonio. He's picked up the Marquez siblings late on here. I mean, this championship is getting seriously close, isn't it? Ayagura then, well, he must be dreaming. He must be pinching himself right now if he could on that track out of Aprilia, because he's got the Timmer chicane remaining for the first time in 22 years. A Japanese rider will win him MotoGP. The rising star from the land of the rising sun gets the job done here in Assen. Ayagura is a first-time winner in MotoGP. What scenes they are there. His former Moto2 world champion crew chief Norman Rank leading the celebrations for the Trackhouse star. This was coming. He's been threatening a big result like this. He's been threatening a big win like this. but finally we can say Ai Ogura in his golden eye. He's a first-time winner in MotoGP. Japanese fans, your long wait is over. That monkey is off Ogura's back. That pressure is lifted off his shoulders for the first time in 22 years since Tamada-san won at Motegi in 2004. We're all congratulating there Andy Griffiths on the right-hand side of your picture. He had a bet with Ai Ogura. He's got long curly locks because I think at the start of this season he said, I'm not going to cut my hair until Ai Ogura wins the Grand Prix. Get the clippers out, get the scissors out down in Trackhouse at Puglia. A day that Ai Ogura is never going to forget. Ai Ogura, soak this up because you are now a MotoGP race winner.
From a moment mid-race when his heart must have sank when his bike sank with the ride device engaged and not disengaging once again. That clearly remedied itself, and Ai Ogura just got on with the job, chased down the top two once again, and it felt as if it all went to the Ai Ogura master plan from there. So cool on a motorcycle, but in red hot form now, a MotoGP winner and a bona fide MotoGP title challenger.
Just the 7,952 days then between Japanese wins in the MotoGP World Championship. This has been coming. First ever former Moto4 Asia talent rider to win a MotoGP Grand Prix, was the first to come through that Road to MotoGP programme, which has unearthed so many of our modern-day MotoGP superstars. The first one to capture a World Championship when he was victorious in Moto2 a couple of years ago. The field in Austin.
Went to the Ai Ogura.
Trackhouse at Puglia. Big opportunities. He was super fast at the end of the Grand Prix Le Mans, wasn't he? To finish with all kinds of speed. In 2004, big opportunities. He was super fast at the end of the Grand Prix Le Mans. That clearly third. We know how strong he was last weekend. Well, he was second
when he must have his heart
to wait,
not dissing
for another crack at the top.
Sank
and this pair until and this time around he cracked it. Absolutely brilliant by Ai Ogura. He takes the checker flag over 2 seconds clear of Ralph Hernandez. What a day in the World Championship. Superb, absolutely out of this world rise by both Alex and Marc Marquez. Marc takes 6. Fabio Di Giannantonio does fight his way back from the long lap to 4th place. Alex Marquez somehow beaten, bashed up, battered and bruised with the soft rear tyre as well. Alex takes 5th. What a day. All 3 races here in Assen have been worthy of this historic, this iconic, this legendary circuit. Assen, we love you. And those MotoGP fans right now, they are in love with your latest MotoGP winner. Congratulations, Ai Ogura.
An extraordinary afternoon at the Cathedral of Speed. It is Ai's Cathedral. It's Trackhouse's house here in Assen this weekend. Back-to-back 1-2s. The sprint yesterday and the Grand Prix
5th. What a day. All 3 races here, cares, but he only had
Jorge Martin when he
so many.
His disposal, ultimate
on my hair.
Trackhouse duo today. But Jorge Martin.
That monk with Ai Ogura. He's got long curly look
and already 20 points behind Marco Bezzecchi, but he would leave this back-to-back at Brno and Assen with a lead in the MotoGP World Championship. The 16 points for Martin today puts him 7 ahead of Marco Bezzecchi. I think Jorge would have taken that.
Marco Bezzecchi loses the lead in the World Championship for the first time since round 2 at Goiânia in Brazil. Marc Marquez, we're getting information, he has to have a 1-position penalty drop for exceeding the track limit on the very last lap. So denied 6th place in that Grand Prix is Marc Marquez. He drops behind Bastianini. What a weekend for Trackhouse at Puglia. What a weekend for Ai Ogura. Let's get some thoughts from, I'm sure, an absolutely ecstatic team boss, Davide Brivio with Jack.
He's just run away from it at the wrong moment as the team, and Ai Ogura in particular, come into Parc Fermé. I'll hope to grab him in just a second, guys.
Yeah, sorry about that, Jack. We were just, our eyes were focused by the Marc Marquez penalty. So Marc Marquez is brilliant ride. It does not get rewarded with a top 6. It would have been a pair of top 6 finishes for Marc Marquez. So Bastianini then